You rock up like, hey, how'd you like me like that? You lay it down, but it's coming off flat. Like, hey, why you acting like that? Lay it down, you come on with that. I've been feeling oh so marvelous. You stand back and just don't bother this. There's some things that I just rather miss now. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for your beat, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. Hey, how'd you like me like that? I hit the town and I ain't looking back. So hey, how'd you like me like that? We cruising round, got the pedal down flat. I've been feeling oh so marvelous. You stand back and just don't bother this. There's some things that I just rather miss now. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for your beat, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. You come creeping so right to do. You keep on leaning towards and the ceiling keep crashing down on you. I got a feeling that you'd come creeping so right to do. You keep on leaning towards and the ceiling keep crashing down on you. Hey, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for your beat, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable Auto Pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gato Boy goes down. The nade through the backline. He finds one minute shot.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
Ready to come on in for you guys. We are going to be hopping into the matches really quite soon, but I wonder what's going to break first. Will it be your lobby or will it be Team Spirit? Because they have still got a marathon behind them for teams catching up to try and run. It is a big old gap there at the top of the tables. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We are fresh, we are ready, and happy to be here for the final day of week 2.
Wow, we're at the end of the week 2, number 2. 2 on the cards for us here today. But let's take a look at our socials underneath. John is perplexed, and rightly so, to be fair. PUBG Mobile Europe official for most of them over at Instagram, YouTube, as well as TikTok. But yeah, this is the last day for Team Spirit to put up a marvelous performance. Me and John, however, well, mostly John, he's been crunching some numbers. He's been like a madman in a small storeroom that he's locked the door to. I've not been allowed in. He's appeared, and he's explained to me that he's got some incredible knowledge to impart to all of you guys at home.
It's like, you know, in The Lord of the Rings, where Gandalf goes away and researches the ring for like 30 years in the book and like 10 minutes in the film. And he comes and he's like in these dusty tomes. Yeah, I've been going through the rule sets, Blank. That's what I've been digging around in. Like a little rule set mole. I've been like uncovering.
Rule set gopher.
That's right. I'm digging under the lawn. We are going to be getting into a little bit about the qualification spots and how teams can qualify for PMGC a little bit later. Let's take a look at the prize pool as well, as these teams will be competing for those. But of course, as Blank alluded to, the qualification spots are a big deal for this thing. For PMGC later on this year, there are currently 4 teams from this tournament set to qualify on points. That's right. There is a team from the Europe region, which consists of, I believe, the partner teams and several other teams as well that will get 1 qualification spot, and they'll earn that by earning points in the PMSL Spring, and which is obviously already finished, and this league, which is the PMSL Fall. As you can see, the schedule for this on your screen. We're on the 29th, the end of week 2. We'll be kicking off week 3 fairly soon. But all of these Fall League and Fall Finals points will contribute to these qualification spots. Now, at the moment, Team Spirit sit atop of the Europe qualifier on those points. Brute Force sit atop of Middle East and Africa, and IWNRX sit atop the Turkey qualification points for PMGC. That means as those sets take first precedence when it comes to qualifying, they will be taking those spots from that region. And so when you look at these overalls, you've got to consider that Team Spirit, Brute Force, IWNRX, they're already likely, unless something dramatic happens, going to be taking those spots for themselves. On the overalls, that means we need to find someone else. And that someone else currently would be Virtus Pro. So right now, 4th place is a goal for teams sat around there. It's achievable for Fireflux, for S2G to potentially jump up and power as well over the course of the next few days to potentially take that spot away from Virtus Pro. So the qualification precedence goes regionals, i.e. Europe, Middle East, Africa, Turkey, into these PMGC points you see on your score, into the 6 teams we've got to decide from the finals. So 10 teams are going to be qualifying from this tournament. And not only that, Guild have got the host region invite spot, which means that 11 of our 20 teams are going to be seen at PMGC.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So if we look at it that way, realistically, there's 5 spots where you go home in finals. So you don't want to
true.
be in 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, or 16th. Those are the bad positions. But
That's
you
right.
get any higher than that, boom, PMGC. Okay.
Although that relies on guild qualifying for the finals, right? Which at the moment I don't think is too likely. Which would mean that over in the finals it'd be 6 spots, right? Because there would be 11 teams there.
True. Yeah.
I know it's a lot, and I've just monologued at you all, and I'm sure that will require further clarification. So make sure you hit up our socials, hit us up on socials, and we'll
we'll clarify as best we can.
Because Group A is sitting out, Guild not going to be playing, Navi, RCB, and S2G. Blank, I think it's your turn to talk.
Thank you. It's back on me once again. Right now, it is Virtus Pro. So Virtus Pro is the one we're looking at the moment, purely because Brute Force, IWNRX, as well as Team Spirit, so far ahead of anyone else. They're realistically, it's only Virtus Pro's position on the leaderboard that is kind of tumultuous, let's say, which also makes this overall a bit weird as well, because with Team Spirit, the league ranking points and the finals don't really matter over the money, I guess. The money is the important part. The money.
Their closest competition in Europe is Virtus Pro, which means it's either Team Spirit or Virtus Pro taking the Europe spot.
Yeah, so no matter what happens, Team Spirit making it.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they would be the PMGC points, I imagine, unless something crazy happened. Yeah, it's weird. It's very, very weird. And it has somewhat taken the sales out of the storyline that we were pushing of Team Spirit to be pumping points, because I think they realize it. They realize that they've done enough already. It's kind of easy peasy. They're already in.
Completed it, mate.
Yeah,
they've already got that spot.
Although completed it.
We're not entirely sure because the full rule set has not been published in terms of the format for the PMGC league stages as to whether some spots are going to survival stages, some spots are going straight to what am I trying to say? Straight to the group stages or straight to finals. There's plenty of things that can change things up.
Here's my thoughts. The reason that you have this sub-region subset, which is very interesting, very cool, by the way, is to have representation for every region in the grand finals. So I'm imagining that anyone who qualifies for PMGC points in that sub-regional subset, you will be heading straight to the finals itself, the top 16. That's my thoughts anyway.
Okay.
I can't, because it would be weird to have this format where you're trying to get as many regions qualifying as possible, only to have, let's say, no European teams in that grand final.
Well,
it's curious.
Got to be good enough. I'm not sure, and we'll have to wait for the official announcements on the exact format. But either way, we'll see how it's going to come through.
I do think it's strange though, John, in terms of like the PMGC points is the second to the sub-region points. Does that make sense?
Well, so the sub-region, as far as I can discern from my extensive readings, my research in the libraries of Alexandria.
Okay.
I've travelled. I've been to foreign countries. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't even bring it up that much. But
I've been on a plane.
As far as
boat.
On water,
shit.
It floats.
Shit.
Shit. That's a ship.
There's
a difference. Yeah, it was a ship. But as far as I can discern, the Europe and MEA and Turkey points, and of course around the world there are various other sub-regions that exist, or are the same set of points as the PMGC points.
Yeah.
So as far as I can discern. I may be mistaken on that. So I would like to double check. But
we tried.
I'm pretty sure I'm right.
We had some back and forth this morning.
Yeah, we really have. We've been swimming around in this quagmire of numbers, but yeah, we've seen the light a little bit. But yeah, for now, it looks like you're just taking the top from each subset region, and then taking them out of consideration, taking the top PMGC point scorer, taking them out of consideration. And then we're getting into the middle of the tables. And I think that is what is most interesting to me right now. Because when you take all of those 4 teams out of consideration, you're going to be looking at the top 6 teams besides those 4, right? And at the moment, Team Spirit are doing very well. Brute Force are doing very well. IWNRX, less said about them, the better. But Virtus Pro are doing, Virtus Pro rather, are doing pretty well as well. So I think that the middle of these tables are likely to be where we focus, and we're going to be potentially pushing this qualification spot all the way down towards 9th position, potentially. And that is where the tables can get really, really tight and really, really volatile. That's where you need your top fraggers, Blank. The Na'Vi team leading on the overall top fraggers. This is across weeks 1 and 2, which is why Nomi isn't sweeping the floor with everybody, as it's Lemon to lead with 86.
The leader, Lemon. But yeah, he's done pretty well for Na'Vi. Yeah, it's a curious one. And it's all, you also have to plead a little bit with a lot of those teams towards the top side, i.e. Virtus Pro, Brute Force, IWNRX, Team Spirit, to be like, can you guys do well in the finals? Can you be in 1st to 4th place? Because we would much rather it was a case, oh my god, that's aggressive. We would much rather it was a case where we can qualify in 10th place. That would be very nice. Swear to God, Falcons are always so tired.
It's because they're sleeping at the bottom of the tables.
They are, massively. I respect it though. I too am not tired right now. But
we're at the start of the day. We're at the start of the day.
Maybe I was.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
you know, that's
generally rose from my vampiric slumber.
How much did you pay for that coffin? Because it is quite spectacular.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, right?
Yeah.
Actually, I paid more for the blinds.
How much UC did you give?
UC?
Yeah, how much UC did you pay for those blinds?
12,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a wonder.
That's why you're so keen
big deal.
on sun cream as well, isn't it? Oh.
Yeah, did you watch that?
Do you know what? I haven't yet. I'll have to go back
That's
and watch
really
that.
annoying.
Sandhawk, yeah, I'm really sorry. I'll try and watch it during one of our breaks, and get up to speed.
It's like 6 minutes. I won't want to remove your break from you.
No, that's okay. I should have done it overnight. I haven't done my homework there. That's my bad. Sandhawk top 5 teams on your screens. Na'Vi not playing today. Remember, they are generally just the top performer on Sandhawk, considering week 1 and 2.
Bloody pumpers.
They are. They're doing really big.
Really strong and powerfuls.
Oh yeah, huge.
Oh yeah.
Talking about performance, probably best performers. That is, of course, over both first 2 weeks. And Na'Vi, I mean, yesterday they did get a little bit more pace onto them, which was good to see. They managed to find a couple of openings that they could play from. A couple of rotations seemed to go well for them, and it's worked out. I think it's cold in the studio this morning because everybody's got these hand warmers. They're tossing them back and forth.
Yeah, maybe. But
or
why?
In the pockets. Look at that.
Look, to be fair, yeah, you're not wrong. Is that a pocketed pillow?
Ooh. Or maybe
Pillow
it's just
pockets.
a normal pillow. Maybe just a normal pillow. And he had his hands underneath him.
I don't know.
Could be anything.
Yeah, I think I would not wear... I would request my team has like cold jersey, warm jersey.
It's going to be pretty cold in London, though, this winter. So once you've bought your ticket by scanning the QR code and getting a 40% early bird discount, make sure you pack a jumper and a coat because you're going to be heading over to London to see the best teams in the world and plenty of them from potentially this region, as we've discussed earlier at length. As we head into our first map of the day, though, we don't need to book a ticket. We've already boarded the plane over Sandhawk.
In we go. So the first Sandhawk of the day. Obviously, this is our final day, though. Day 5 of week 2. Only one more week remaining to play out our games here before the finals. We'll break it down then, but Team Spirit back in the lobby. Show them how it's done. Giving them what for?
Hell yeah. Got to get in and amongst it. Team Spirit. It will be interesting to see if they've carried their performance over to today. So dropping back over to boot camp. Trovo 2030, they were given a little bit more leeway. Virtus Pro not going to have to deal with RCB. We saw RCB benefit from that yesterday. And today it's Virtus Pro's opportunity. Trovo 2030 could flex out towards boot camp. But in general, I'm going to be interested to see how that interaction between Team Spirit and Virtus Pro starts to unfold. Because you can see Icy is breaking north.
Yeah, heading over towards that northern side straight away. I mean, that's reasonable. Typically the tactic you want to take, but it's power. versus 77. Zadira back and forth, but it is Shifu to finally give him a little bit of a hand there. Alhaji finding Magnum and getting the flush over towards it. So for Power and 77, equally going quite badly for them. But with Easy down, Power is in a much more stressful scenario. Good shots, but now it's just one player from Power who's able to get the res off towards Easy in Alhaji.
Shifu down and ever vigilant Limbo Boom guards the res. Picking them back up. The guitar's going to kick in a minute, and that's when things pick up pace. Alhaji pushes up to the window. Zadira behind the corner now. Alhaji through the door. And he turns 180, 360. And there's the second as well. Full revolution here as Power Esports run through. 2 players on 77. A nice double knock. But Alhaji wants more. Limbo Boom is in for the challenge. Trade out around the walls. Maybe. No. Alhaji doesn't have any healing on board. 5 shots in the gun. As the res onto Shifu. Limbo Boom may look to just stick this. Oh no, Alhaji! He spots him. He hasn't loosed any of those shots just yet. The rest doesn't come, and Limbo Boom tags in, but in comes Easy to save the day. Can he find what he's looking for? Easy, rampaging through. Not going to go for the flush. The Mike Cruzy is out. He knows if he tries to go for that spray on the flush, he's almost certainly a goner. In with the DBS, but the Mike Cruzy strafe is good. Loses a teammate in the process.
What a weird initial engagement from Power and 77. Got a lot more stressful 77 than they would have liked, but the Orcas pull on through towards the end there. And we'll take... Oh my goodness me, sorry.
You've been hit.
I've been hit with the old...
It's on a clock.
No, it was a fizzy drink. Fizzy drink clock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought I'd survived the initial one.
The wave.
But the second wave was more intense.
Gets the eyes of watering.
It did. You're not wrong.
On the north side.
How have you seen me?
I just know we've been friends for a long time, Blank.
Yeah, okay,
I
that's
know
fair
you.
enough. My
I know
eyes
your reaction
popping out
to fizzy.
popping out my head. Yeah, true. Like a chihuahua.
I can see your wide-eyed, like downward head tilt, eyes to the top as it comes through.
Oh my god, that's very accurate. I don't like that.
Oh yeah,
That's too accurate.
It's just how you do.
Either way, Mr. Team Spirit is nice and central right now, and we'll be looking to potentially. Honestly, I think for Team Spirit they can just chill here, probably, Joe. Maybe.
I think so.
I don't think they have to move.
I mean, move south. Yeah, I mean they've got this outpost for Nomi.
South?
Move south to the hill. I think out of boot camp is there only transition that they need to make, and they've left Ketsune currently in boot camp, but the rest of them, you're right, they've just taken some pretty solid control. Replay on the early drop. No music this time. I liked this spin around, and that clip onto Alhaji, that one shot is what allowed Limbo Boom to get the extra point, to get 77 up to. To get 77 up to 4 eliminations. So really good stuff.
Yeah. I think Limbo Boom is somewhat underrated on 77. I think a lot of people look over towards Zadira and Shifu, but I do think Limbo Boom actually does have some pretty awesome moments on that squad. Particularly this week. Booming. Yeah.
Definitely great. So, vibes on the south side near Camp Charlie. So only one of our 3 hot drops on Sandhawk. That still, by the way, has maintained. This has happened since basically week 1. These hot drops on Sandhawk do just continue. Just confusing to me. I feel like it is now the point where either Power or 77 adjusts on their drop spot. But obviously not. This is the last Sandhawk of week 2. Into week 3, though, should be interesting.
Yeah, potentially. I think that week 3 is likely where things will get a little bit more haphazard or more focused. Less of these hot drops going through.
Ooh, Kakali holds the rock. None of Black Esports go down. 2 players fall. 4 vibes. A nade over to Tosh pick. Goes long. Weiss needed to hit that, but beautiful stand-up. Shotgun shutdown. Looks for the flush onto Tosh pick. I think there might be an off angle. What a save. Coming on through. That allows Kakali the time to dash on over, but needs to be fast. Hang on a minute. Don't hang about. Don't go for these flushes. I mean, sure, you want to remove the sightlines, stop the information going over. Brute is there, but hitting the deck, and they can get the res. This is a really good trap sprung by Black Esports here. Unfortunately, Lewis spotted. I think the Galaxy are here to play too.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy had a fairly decent last game yesterday on Miramar. However, sadly could not really convert on it. And now Vibes down to their final player in Brute. Notice he had a Kakashi tattoo on his arm the other day. That's quite. I was like, this guy Naruto's.
That's an anime thing.
Yes,
isn't
it is.
Ah, you see.
It is. I've got him on the back of my calf. So big respect to Brute.
Oh, Snapsies. Hopefully, you can maybe. Oh, maybe you could meet up at PMGC, but they have to qualify first.
Yeah.
So maybe
11 teams. Possible.
Could be. Could be. Probably the top 10 teams from finals are qualifying, right? It depends what IWNRX finish, if they get to the finals, first of all. Because right now, this week, they're not looking super strong, but it's quite likely, given that they finished very highly in week 1, that they've got enough of those league ranking points earned to get over there. Those LRPs, the LERPs.
I always hear LRP and I'm like, sounds like a different esport.
Yeah, hang on a minute. Might buy skins with that.
Yeah, ends with legends, starts with a league.
But we're in the middle of our league right now, Blank.
We are.
Me. Wow.
Yeah, we are. But PUBG Mobile, with its LRP, back at it again. Virtus Pro in Painan, holding all 4 corners. Smart stuff, finally able to have presence over towards Painan for the first time in a while. You're right, though. RCB did have themselves a good amount of benefit from not having Virtus Pro in yesterday. I think they fumbled it at the end. Actually, right here, where Lux is currently playing, they fumbled it versus Na'Vi. Power taking the win, but they got far in. Much farther than they usually do, at least.
Yeah, RCB, I'm just taking a look at their record for yesterday on Sandhawk.
I think it was third place.
They managed to get 3rd place with 1 elim. So, quite quiet, but still 3rd place, right? They survived for quite a long time. And in the crossing position that they have now, potential to guard things out. But the southwest lean on this circle means that teams are likely just going to try and send straight past them nice and quickly. Footballers Chaos, they're coming in late past boot camp and straight into the open arms of Team Spirit. I feel like when we've spoken about Footballers Chaos in the past, we talked about weird rotations, and I feel like rotating exactly through where Team Spirit are is a weird rotation.
Yeah, again, I just don't really think that Footballers Chaos has too much concern for their own life and on their rotates. Like, we either make it or we don't. It's 50-50. And they live by the 50-50 coin toss in terms of their rotates a lot of times, which is both admirable and also you don't want to replicate that. So I respect it. I'd never do it. It's just odd. It's just odd.
Matic got taken down. That was an off-angle shot. He peaked way too high up on a rock.
Some Zeus. And actually, to be fair to him, it was a really good shot from Darkin.
Cracking.
Yeah, really, really good shot from him. I think Matty didn't expect either because he was immediately off the rock as well. And still, I think actually what happened was him moving caused the spray to hit his head. So he fell even quicker than he would have done before. Just unfortunate on the spray.
It's always the way, isn't it? It's interesting. It happens in a lot of FPS games, right? Where you're in a spray, and in general, and I don't want to say this is the case, but when you're playing in lower skill games, and I don't think this is the case here either, people are aiming for the belly because it's the bigger target, and then you crouch in those engagements to try and move, but then you just crouch into the headshot and you just go bang, and you're like, hang on a minute, if I'd have just stayed stood up, their bullets would be 3 to the body, and I wouldn't be dead right now. But there you go. Yeah,
you're right. 100%. I was going to mention the same thing in the drop shot or the crouch shot. Doesn't work out a lot of times versus some players, because you essentially be like, oh, you'd like to hit my head, would you, sir? Yeah. Here's a hand.
It appears you're not hitting my head. Let me just adjust myself so that you can have a better shot there.
There you go. But it
Heroic
is-
on the southwest coast there, wide split, controlling about 3 compounds where I would have expected a lot of teams to just send through. Team Spirit have now made that crossing. Footballers Chaos can now make their rotation. I think that you could read potentially that the top position for Team Spirit has gone, but they've left Nomi behind. 2 players from Team Spirit across. They're biding their time. And actually leaving Nomi there, given where the circle is, not a terrible idea. Brute Force over to the Confluence compound, and Zeus will challenge them. Oh my goodness, Maniac nearly finds the clap, bears the shot through the window. Will be good for 1. The nade from Maniac. Going to try and bank it off something. No. Tucks it away. Back into the utility belt as he pulls back from the entrance. Neo's repositioning the off angle, trying to give them some strength.
Yeah, Brute Force here on our screens. Furia is down, who's been taking up residence for the team instead of Chudo. I did really think that Chudo had a lot of strength in his games, so it's weird that they're subbing him out. I'm wondering if it's a case of she's not feeling great. I remember he had that nosebleed, actually, over there, didn't he?
Ah, he was stuffing marshmallows up his nose. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. I wonder that's why he's been subbed out. Maybe he's not having a great time. In which case,
Yeah, well,
best wishes to Chudo, man.
yeah. Or if he's not feeling unwell and he's just getting subbed out, L plus ratio plus you're not playing this game.
All right. Don't say that. What if he's really unwell?
Well, if he is unwell, then of course best wishes, and I hope it gets better soon. I'm just covering the bases.
All right. Don't cover that base. That's mean.
Cruelty.
You
The
don't,
primary skill of any commentator.
you don't drop an L on a man who's been benched.
I do that regularly.
He's already suffering. Don't rub it in.
Why not?
I don't know. I feel like I explained it.
That was a good point. I just asked you why after the explanation as to why.
Yeah,
So-
you pulled a 5-year-old on me.
So that's
Why?
confusing. Yeah, but why? Why?
Well, why?
Yeah,
Because
dark
this.
him.
But why?
Wait a minute. Furia. He's got a nade. But why? Well, he wants to take down Zeus. But why? Well, to get points, to get further into the game. But why? Well, so he can get towards the finals. Because Brute Force want to get there, but they are, again, one of our teams who have most likely qualified from MEA points. Their closest competitor there, I believe, is Nika Galaxy. They're a lot further down on the overall standings on that front. Despite that, though, they get nades, they get points, they get some done.
Yeah, what they need right now, John, is LP. They need league points.
Ah, the LRP. Come on.
No, because it's not league ranking points, because those go to you. The points that you get extra for the finals. Like bonus points, but they're not. They're league ranking points.
Yeah, it's different. It's a different thing in a different sense.
Can I call it LP?
No, because that's not what it is. It's LRP.
No, the league points.
Oh, I
Like
see.
for the overall
Ooh.
rankings.
Okay,
Or-
yeah, we'll figure out some terminology. Yeah.
I
You're
feel like
talking about-
LP's already used again in other
Yeah.
esports.
Yeah, stop purloining acronyms. I'm just going to start abbreviating everything. We're on board with VP and PN, trying to hold the 4QH, but did get TKD.
Dang. I did Mirexi. That just had an E on the end.
You can't, that's not what an acronym is. That's not what that is.
That was funny.
Spray
though.
down.
That was funny though.
I enjoyed it.
was
Fireflux going down low. It was pretty good. Fireflux going down low as Trovo 2030 hold their corner of Painan. Nades flow over the top as well to try and take Fireflux down. The hard southwest shift. Heroic have maintained this really big split, and I think this is bold of them. They have regrouped Volt and Jafar out to the east, and I think that this is probably one of the very few positions that you can hold such a split against 12 other teams. However, Falcons are going to be their major issue. Pushing in towards Walter's position on the southwest, he is the MVP of the team, but can he hold off all 4 Falcons?
Yeah, it's a big old task. We'll see if he can get it done. I mean, he is playing the right angle, to be fair, for Heroic on that south side. They have a really strong split. Team Spirit, on the other hand, are just going to hold the bridge, which I think is smart. They can maintain control towards that north side. That's going to give them a lot of health into the future. In the meantime, a lot of teams decided that, you know what, we'll try and get through Painan. And that means half of our lobby is currently in Painan.
They're getting Painan.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I
dear.
don't know
Oh dear.
if they are.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, Trover 2030 are in Painan and also getting Painaned. It's quite crazy. Taking shots from every which way, trying to assault
which
this.
naan?
I don't know, but pie and naan are both delicious carbohydrates. So I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, that's good. I thought you meant like you pieing my grandma.
That's a nan. Who says
That's
naan?
a bit mean.
That's not even a southern thing. That's just...
Me nan.
Yeah, but it's not naan, isn't it?
That's me nan.
Yeah, that's true. Pie naan.
Yeah, but it's spelled exactly the
Do you
same.
call it
as
pie
nan.
nan? Or do you call it pie naan?
Pie nan.
Yeah, I think so too.
Pie nan. I
Like
think I
the
call it
bread.
pie nan. I call it pie nan.
Okay.
What do you say? Nan?
Yeah, I say naan. Pie naan.
Pie nan. Pie nan. I say pie nan.
Okay. That's fair.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's always Miramar that you
Curious.
focus on for pronunciations, isn't it? With like Chumacera
La
and...
Cobreria.
Cobreria has been a plague of... Anyway.
By Del Mare.
Valley Del Mar.
Minas del... I'm going on a cruise.
El Azahar. That's actually pretty similar.
True stop.
Chumacera.
Do you
That's
love
the
myself
best
some chumacera? I thought you were going to say something else then, but I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
He knows. He
Oh, dear.
knows.
Yeah, it's part over. IWNRX. Native. Ooh, good bounce on the hill. I didn't quite connect though. Light up towards Team Spirit as no, you just can't make it up this side. Team Spirit
No.
are gonna get
It's a
the
good hold.
res. Heroic, I'm impressed with what they've been able to try that again. Heroic, I'm impressed with what they've been able to do. Walsh did
You
go
didn't even
down
trip over anything.
and could not take down the entirety of Falcons. He did fall. Swain, I mean, this is cruel to Nico. He's forcing him to step out. The bouncer from the roof forces him wide. A little spray in there. A touch of damage here. And he's down.
It was almost as if you couldn't bear to say that Heroic are doing well. I've really been impressed by Heroic.
It was what they've been able to do, which is like a normal sentence, but it just came out as one of them.
It sounded fine. It just sounded like you were sick.
How do you know I
Halfway
wasn't?
through it.
Bold of you to assume I wasn't, actually. So
Good show towards Heroic though on Kevin. We need to talk about Kevin right now as he gets naded by Kitsune,
Oh.
leaving them just at 2, in which case Team Spirit might actually be able to take control of this north side. Wowzers.
Did you just hit me with
Wow.
wowzers?
Wow.
He's wowzered.
I hate everyone with the wowzers these days.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like it. It's a good brand.
It's like my new catchphrase.
Yeah, I believe you. 77.
That's a great name.
That's a pretty good name. To get the bounce past the rock there, perfect.
I think you only do that because you know how much health they have as well, so pretty smart.
Did Team Spirit win this?
Potentially. It really relies on Falcons playing well.
What is going? Get a
Technically,
mechanic. What is going on
yeah.
with that vehicle?
technically Falcons have a great spot in the circle,
Yeah.
but we also know about the Falcons.
That's true. We've observed the Falcons in the past.
Yeah. We know what they're like. Heroic, though, also could have a really cool comeback here. It's not out of the question for a 2v3 to come through. However, Spark does find Jafar, steps out a little bit to Jafar.
Ah.
That's the first time I've been able to drop that one.
I've had one. I had one in week one,
opportunities.
like the first day. Ooh,
Yeah.
Team Spirit going to go in for Volt, who has not been able to connect with the DBS. Hop out wide for effect. And we'll be able to... Not actually...
Oh,
hang
it's
on a
not
minute.
down.
What? Jafar? Not Jafar. Volt does go down. But have Falcons done enough to move up, take control here? IWNRX still, with Swain alive, his effect is getting backed away from. They're not going to go for this res. They're going to allow him to just try and crawl back. Okay, they are tagging it on now on their side of the rock.
Yeah, for Falcons, this really should have just been a full push. I'm not sure why they were giving them chance to regroup. It is odd.
the one thing they didn't want to happen was Team
This is the
Spirit to be
one
back at
thing.
3.
Somehow, we were able to get Effect back up to full HP. Falcons, on the other hand, allowed this to go through. This is the one thing they didn't want to happen.
Spray down for Ali, but that's pretty good opening. Effect low as well. Kitsune dashing for the center of the circle here, trying to get ahead of the track, trying to find their way through. Nomi does get flushed, but they're being pushed back. Nades now dry for Ali. And the circle's away. Over toward Swain. Hang on a minute. Are we going to see IWNRX?
Does he win?
Are they creeping on through?
They've got nothing. That's the problem right now, is that Team Spirit have got absolutely nothing. Effect's got no meds. Kitsune's got no meds. They literally have bandages.
Kitsune's going to push forwards. Maybe delivery here. Spark. Challenge Effect on the backlines. Can he help out his teammate? He's not going to peek, and Kitsune goes down. Effect will follow. And now it's Swain. 1 versus 4. 8 eliminations, and the Falcons may be able to buck the trend and take a chicken dinner in our final day. Behind a tree. The nades are coming through. And they're not going anywhere
They've
relevant.
spent so many. I don't think they have many left, actually.
Swain for 1. Swain for flush.
She has a first aid
First
kit,
aid
actually,
kit.
though.
Getting the heal. Spark breaking wide. Ragnar going on the other flank. Needs to step in now to the left. Gets the heal off. Is back to half HP and he's down. Ragnar was there. I was ready for it to change, but it was not to be. Behind the tree, IWNRX gets spotted. Team Spirit pushed to 3rd, but Falcons are able to take the chicken dinner, and nobody seems to have told them.
Wow. Well done, guys.
They're still playing.
Yeah, I
Game's
mean, it
over.
was... They're all tired, that's why.
Yeah, that's
very
true.
sleepy
They
still.
needed that.
Yeah, it's just a weird game. Weird game in general.
Yes, you won. There you go.
Yeah, that's right. Very passive at the end there. But sort of understandable, considering somehow no one had any supplies. Everyone was super short on everything. I do think Effect makes a mistake there, though.
Yeah.
No, I somewhat understand, because I was sure that he'd knocked him, but he was in fact alive. And then immediately off the back of that, he gets the refrag onto him. The Effect going down there does waste a lot of time.
It was an interesting dynamic that unfolded. Obviously, a lot of teams getting embroiled in Painan. And I think that was the big tipping point of this match, I think it's safe to say. With, I think it was like 6 teams going into Painan, or none of them made it out. It was just a full cleanup Isle Painan. Actually, I take that back, because IWNRX did make it out with their 1 player alive, capitalizing quite nicely. 9 eliminations for Falcons, as they put up almost 1,500 damage.
Yeah, he was the sole survivor from Painan. Yeah, come out, tell his stories like,
Seen
oh my
some
god,
things,
you guys, you're not gonna believe what I saw in Painan, dude.
You don't know, because you weren't there, man. Swain is going to be talking like one of them
types.
One of them types. I don't know what that is. That's the end of the sentence.
A survivor. But yeah, so we didn't really get to see the first page there.
No.
It's gone now.
So,
Either way, 2,200 damage for IWNRX. Very nicely done. Falcons do pick themselves up the win. Strange game. I feel like Heroic should have cleared the north side sooner.
yeah, they could have done. I think they left Walsh exposed for too long as well. That was another big factor as to why their hold started to buckle against the Falcons. They tried to. I think they actually tried. Yeah, they tried to clear both the north and the southwest. Right? They were like, Walsh, you're pretty good. Hold the Falcons entirely. Obviously, that did not work out. Most eliminations, though, goes to Zadira for 77. And Swain had the highest damage. The Lone Ranger himself coming through from Painan. And will put up 915 damage.
Yeah, very nice from Swain. 915 total is real good. However, so far it was an interesting game. Just in terms of, like, it was a really awkward position to play. For Heroic, not a bad game. Get some points on the board. Team Spirit consistently in the top 5. Very nice to see. In the meantime, though, we'll head to a break. Be back real soon with our second match of the day over on Oracle. See you there. Bye-bye now.
for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
We are done now with our only Sandhawk of the day and the last Sandhawk of the week. And who won it? Was it Team Spirit? Won their massive run towards the top of the tables? Was it Virtus Pro with more flexibility over in Painan? No, it was neither of them. It was the Falcons who were able to get a chicken dinner to kick off their day, and their bid for freedom from the bottom of the tables, away from the Falconers that are looking to keep them caged, is starting well.
It is, well, yeah, they get a decent game.
They won the game. Come on, be nice.
Wow. Well done, Falcons. You guys are awesome.
That's right.
Top 5 in a rankle. Team Spirit taking first place right now with slightly less survival time than both Heroic and S2G, albeit by 2 seconds for Heroic, but all of the metrics, they are on top with 3.5 average placement points on this map, which is quite impressive considering their last week as well. They're on top still. Just shows just how much they popped off this week, and still 5 more matches to potentially hit 300 points here, John.
All right. Well, let's see if they can break that barrier in this match with 55 more points to go on the 5 matches they've got today. They do need to exceed 10 points a map, but they've been doing it all week. They've been doing it all time, and they, of course, have already broken Na'Vi's record from week 1. They are guaranteed to have broken a 10-point average in week 2, and at this stage, Heroic sits far too far behind to be able to catch it up. It is going to be impossible for Team Spirit not to get the 20 points this time around. The question is, how many more will they get? Plane path on the east side from between Sosnovka Military Base and Nova Repnoya over towards Stalberg.
Yeah, very eastern playing path here for a lot of squads. Getting over towards that western side is slightly harder, particularly for Virtus Pro, I would say, in Primos. But again, they can find some vehicles, move on across. I do think for Team Spirit right now, it's just a case of putting up more points to secure some way of directly qualifying in the PMGC. You have a fair few options for them right now, but if they can just secure it, right, write it in stone, that'll be good for them. So more points today means a further solidified, in concrete, victory towards PMGC. So I think for them, it's still important to perform well here. The brute force IWRX as well as Virtus Pro, a little bit more important, especially for Virtus Pro realistically, as they sit right on the line with other teams hungry to take their position on the PMGC leaderboard.
Yeah, that is going to be all important for them to try and maintain that 4th place position on the PMGC points. I think when it comes to points, Virtus Pro and their holding 4th is probably the most likely pillar to topple in the pantheon of qualification squads. And it's not out of the question. They could just get one of the top 6, even if they don't make it all the way up. And if a team excels past them, right, and qualify from this tournament, they definitely could be in a 9th place. And right now, they're in 8th. On the overall standings, they can only, well, I say they can only go up, but they can only earn points from this point on, is what I really mean. They definitely could drop down, given the proximity of the teams around them on the tables. You go down to 14th, and you're still within 11 points as a boundary. And we are not even off the map screen, and the music's gone blank. Production is on fire today. I'm loving it. Everyone's locked in.
It's good to see. I'm happy about it. It's good to hear, too. Most definitely.
That's right.
The circle heads up towards that northern side, again, favouring the Falcons. What's this? Falcons out of the bottom 16. That's amazing.
Unheard of. That would be incredible. I would love to see it.
Yeah, I would too. It would be nice. A last minute send in.
To be fair, they ended
top
13th last week. So,
yeah, let's do it again.
It has been seen.
One more time. It has been seen. It has been visioned.
The omens are there.
The ravens fly in the sky as we speak. 3 ravens for Falcon's return.
Oh, 3 ravens. Very lucky. Fortuitous.
2 moons ago, I spotted eagle flying westward. A good omen, to be sure.
Oh, when the hunter perches atop the glaive. The glade. Let's go with that, because the glaive is a polearm weapon. Above the glade. so too shall falcons perch atop the points tables. And by atop, I mean not in the bottom four.
The constellation of the falcon. Easterly this day.
In conjunction with Mars, such that
And the-
their bellicosity expounds upon and untowards those that would be within their reach.
That's right. Thus it has been spoken. Falcons
So it shall be.
Falcons shall be out of the bottom four. Believe it.
I think we
So
were
there
just
you
in a
go.
trance for about 5 minutes.
Whoa, where are we? I don't remember anything that happened in the last 2 minutes.
It could have.
Did we
been
have
said
another
anything.
vision?
I don't know what
Did
I
we
said.
have a vision? A prophecy to be fulfilled by the sleepy falcons.
Born to those who have thrice defied him.
All right, I'm going to have to put you back in the cave.
Yeah, that's fair.
You-
Trelawney,
you're
get
out.
away.
You're out of control.
Out you go. Virtus Pro, who we're on board with, obviously one of the teams that we were talking about being in a position to defend a PMGC qualification spot based on the points, currently split around Georgia Pole. They have got all 4 of their players alive, but they are 1 North George, 2 South George, and Bishkek, the 4th, down a little bit further off. Trova 2030 being in South Georgia as well makes their rotation to the east a bit trickier, but everybody right now is crowding in south of Rozhok, it seems. We've got about 4 or 5 teams in that area. A lot of teams to the south yet to move as well.
Yeah, a lot of teams on that south side, such as Twisted Minds, Vibes, Brute Force, Heroic, need to get up towards that northern side. For Heroic, I do like the adjustment here, taking up Navi's spot. And again, we'll give them more time to assess a good position inside the circle. But Heroic getting more and more points on board is essential for them. They have had a good week, and I'd be happy to see them finish in second. We do have 77 breathing down their necks currently. But either way, I believe they will end up in a decent position. Freezer's getting bored. Alright, you're going to continue looting, or you find yourself a vehicle? I'm off. I'm out of here.
See you later. I'm too quick.
I'm too quick for you.
Okay.
Yes, I realised that potentially should
Yeah.
not sing
Was
that
that,
song.
were you trying to... Okay, right. Okay. I didn't quite know what you were going for there. You just
You
went,
do now.
I'm... And I was like, what are you? I don't know.
Yeah, but you can make an assumption.
It's alright, I'll get you a jumper.
Thank you. I do. I actually put the heating on.
Did you?
First time in
this
quite a
year?
while. Yeah. It's getting a little bit frosty in
Those
the
late
house.
September nights. Getting chilly.
Yeah, especially because I'm like sat still for most of the day these days.
That's true. You don't generate a lot of energy. Need to run some more high-performance games on your computer. That'll kick out some heat. It's like a radiator.
I do actually do that. I've got Crisis running in
Yeah.
the background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crisis, the game from 2007.
My PC's like, okay, sir. Increasing furnace.
You're shoveling coal into your USB ports.
That would be cool. Imagine having a coal-powered PC.
I mean, I don't know if you've ever used coal, but any place where you're working with coal just inevitably gets completely covered in soot. It's a terrible thing to try and have in a living room or in a workroom, because anything that you've got in there, immediately covered in
Do you
soot.
think I could like isolate it?
You could have it in a separate contained room, yes.
Yeah. But would the heat cause problems for the things inside the PC? Or would it have to be a separate
Are you talking about
separate
literally?
machinery?
Are you talking about literally setting your PC on fire?
No.
Or are you talking about creating electricity with a coal-powered furnace to run your PC?
Yeah, but I was thinking like an all-in-one type of
Okay.
deal.
Like a steam engine.
Yeah.
Yeah, coal-powered steam engine. Hard southeast shift. We're going to need to get on the tracks down towards the southeast side.
He's like, I'm ignoring that.
We'll discuss the pros and cons of various different heat-powered engines later, but you know, for my money, coal
I would need a
powered
water
pretty
source
hard
as well.
to beat. Yes, that is true. Although you could recondense the steam and reuse it.
Wow. I didn't even know that. That's cool. Nice one, John.
There you go.
Cool facts. Is that 1-to-1 though?
Depends if you've got a closed loop. I think it's also very dangerous to keep a closed loop on a steam-powered system because steam gets to a very high pressure. Which is why that's what the train whistle is. They're evacuating steam from the boilers. That's why it goes
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's so cool. So the whistle is not only good for knowing the train's coming, but it's good for the train.
Yeah. And obviously now, these days, it's not as useful because it's electric, but sometimes trains still have those whistles going because it's now nostalgic.
Yeah, 'cause it's traditional.
It is, I believe, what's called an anachronism.
Anachronism.
Have I? No, I'm not quite. I don't think that's quite right.
Anachronism. I don't think that's correct.
It's like the save icon.
A thing belonging or appropriate to a period other than which it exists. Technically, you're not wrong. Especially a thing that is conspicuously old-fashioned. The town is a throwback to medieval times, an anachronism that has survived the passing years. Yeah, you could.
Skeuomorphism. That's what I'm thinking of.
What's that? How do I spell
A skeuomorphism. Oh, it's crazy. You'll never guess. Black Esports taking shots on the south side of Roshoff. Black Esports and Trovo 2030 trying to slip past one another, but far from lubricated. It is a jagged and quite difficult affair, really.
I spelled it kind of correct.
Okay.
I didn't get the UE.
It's something new which takes on the appearance or qualities of something it replaced.
Yeah.
So, for instance, a train whistle that didn't evacuate steam from the boiler system, but still made the same sound as one that did, would be a skeuomorphism.
Yeah, would the little torch symbol on a phone be a skeuomorphism?
Yes. Probably. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Was that the example that was given when you Googled it?
No, just something I thought.
The classic one is the save icon on most computers, being a floppy disk.
Because you don't save to a floppy disk anymore. Yes, of course.
Yes, it's not 1987 anymore.
How interesting.
Well, there you go. Skeuomorphism. That's your word of the day. Circle pops and keeps the Yasnaya Lake. We're going over to the fields. Let's talk about who's got strong positions right now, because it could be Footballers Chaos. Not, unfortunately, going to be Black Esports, as Yusuf seems to be running rampage through it, but luckily the rest of his team, well, luckily for Black Esports, the rest of his team has gone down. It's just Yusuf holding the door frame. With the DBS, steps in, goes very, very low, gets 2 chances, but doesn't convert on either of them. A third as well, and Yusuf is still there. 35 rounds, and it has to be Toshbik to step in with the DBS. He handles business. On the west side, Black Esports stay up with 3.
This is going to be an incredibly busy circle soon. The fact that it shifts over this way, and we still have 15 teams, 59 players, there has been an incredible set of circles that have kept like quite a few compounds still in here, and particularly areas of the map with terrain that keeps people quite safe. Down towards the southeast, you've got dip and mini dip. So it's been an interesting set of circles that have specifically allowed multiple teams to arrive at this point in game. But it's going to get incredibly tough to maintain all those teams. Unless everyone picks one apartment building and sticks to it. It's the only way I can see them getting through this. Unlikely, though.
Yeah, I don't think that is super probable. Teams try and stop people moving in next door to them. Toshbik was able to get the first knock over towards Trovo 2030. Marcelo caught on a cross as well. Final player going down. Looked like Trovo 2030 lacking a little bit of oomph there on that scrap. Black Esports getting 4 points. Good news. They're also bidding for freedom from the bottom of the tables alongside the Falcons and Footballers Chaos. Vibes as well. All of them trying to get out of there. To skedaddle their way up on the tables.
Not Marcelo. Twisted Minds yesterday finished really strongly on Miramar. Actually, really enjoyed their play. And I want to see more out of Twisted Minds today. So I feel like that game is certainly like one of the ones that Team Spirit had early in this week. I was like, wow, we're actually getting good at the game. Why aren't we doing this every time?
Just keeping it going.
Frustrating. Oh, yeah, exactly.
Right now, though, Twisted Minds are in a pretty sticky spot.
Yeah, this is spilt Lucasade all over yourself sticky. Down towards the southeast side. They'll have to...
Other soft drinks are available.
They are, but Lucasade is the
Very
stickiest.
sticky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one that I'm extremely careful around.
Or like Iron Brew.
Iron Brew also particularly bad.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Ooh. That shift is pretty dastardly. Good for Team
Good,
Spirit.
actually. It's actually good for a lot of teams. I think they would actually hate if it went over towards the fields. But it is unenjoyable to get towards, I would say. I think you're definitely right in the sense that this is a big turnaround in terms of game plan for a lot of teams, but also it's a case of, oh, this is a lot more playable, actually.
It's interesting that you say that in terms of the turnaround, because this is where you're going to separate teams that have that strong capability to make a plan fast and react to it. So Virtus Pro, for instance, doing quite well. They're immediately trying to get across this river. Heroic were closer and did move as well, but Virtus Pro descend onto their backlines. And I don't think we're going to see either team leave this bridge now for a while. I think we're going to see some knocks back and forth. I think Icy gets rezzed here. Surprised that Malloy is allowed to swim around, and actually they've allowed Virtus Pro to the far shoreline. I mean, I'm not sure about that one for Bishke. I think that was a bit too bold, but you can hold on either side of this bridge. The nades start to fly. You stay there for a minute or two, but Heroic potentially stepping out too far to get the flush as well. Jafar somehow clambers back on in because Malloy's been knocked in the meantime.
Yeah, the fact the Volt's back in is sort of crazy to me. But a lot of shots, a lot of sight lines over towards their position. Kevin's trying to get the airburst over towards them. Simply one goes back. That was very nicely placed, but no dice.
I was getting froggy in the water. Underneath
Scuba diving.
Well, there ain't no waves there, but underneath the ripples, tries to take a breath. Walsh, all the way up in the smoke, trying to hide it. Jafar drops down as well. He is going to be spotted, but I don't know if they know that Koa is there. So his sideswipe angle...
You did. To be honest with you, it is... I think that's... My assessment of this so far... Yeah, my assessment of this so far as a Virtus Pro is misunderstanding why Heroic is not peaking them more aggressively. They think that they are just not wanting to win this fight. What they don't realize is that Heroic's dropped this many smokes and is playing very passively because other teams also have sight lines over towards this location. So Virtus Pro have made what could have been an agreement between both squads to hold that position together till the end game into a very, very difficult one. And Volt finding Icy is even worse. So I do think that Virtus Pro plays that one pretty short-sightedly.
Twisted Minds transitioning down towards the south side at the moment with 4 players still alive. Nick the Galaxy taken 1 lower than that on 3. Maybe a second to go down as well, leaving them on 2. Robs picks up that point. Nick the Galaxy are enveloped almost entirely by Twisted Minds, and their only flank out is covered by IWNRX, and immediately Coop's able to spot Redox there. Quick flushes, 3 points. Taken away from Nick the Galaxy, just Ralph left. Doran under threat, close range. Has the DBS, but Lord has a nade. Ralph looking to try and cook one up over towards him, but thinks better of it. Repositions, long nade straight in his face. Boom goes the dynamite. In the meantime, I think that's Zeus on the northern... Wait, where are they? They're on the northwest shore. Goodness me. Okay. They're taking out a lot of players over there as well. Adding on points to their tally. Brute Force trying to sneak their way through, but freezes down. Furia and Prepod trying to stay alive, but Power transitioning now to the south. Going to do a lot of damage to them.
Yeah, circle shifting backward towards the eastern side is awkward, but gives both vibes as well as football is chaos. So that place to play going forward. Team Spirit quite pleased with their position down on the south side. They just need to make sure that they're clearing teams coming in from that southwest. Stage 5 though, difficult transition point in the game. Teams that have yet to get across the water are now in super rough waters. Twisted Minds and IWNRX looking to conclude their fight on that southeast side. Give one of these two teams a better chance to get in towards the rest of the circle. But it is a 4v3, though IWNRX is no slouch.
What I am looking at is who is going to be able to transition to try and crash onto the compound that currently Vibes hold. That, in my mind right now, I mean, I think in most people's minds, probably the best spot in the circle in terms of just the sightlines it has available to it. It's got cover towards all around it. It's slap bang in the middle of the circle. So I'm wondering if 77 or Twisted Minds or IWNRX, if they're able to conclude this, turn their attention over towards Vibes. Vibes still playing with 4. Beautiful nade from Coops. Lands straight on top of Zadira. Nothing you can do about it. Magnum off in the distance. Limbo Boom as well. They're not going to reposition Team Spirit. They're looking to flex out from their compound. They're trying to sweep on the south side, but Black Esports could maybe come through and crunch them behind. Toshpik, though, spotted as they try and break on through. Poser as well, going to be under heavy fire as he swings around to the north side. The rest of Black Esports trying to station themselves ahead of this one.
Yeah, getting ahead. I mean, it's a very risky position to take here, John. They can make it work. It's good news. Here's that fight between IWNRX as well as Twisted Minds I was talking about earlier. Right now, actually kind of going slightly in the favor of IWNRX, but that is before they fall down to just the one player in Zed Wolf. No player to underestimate, though, on that squad. As he bares his teeth over towards Twisted Minds, their 2 players still remain.
7 eliminations for Twisted Minds. They've had a pretty tricky time of it, being forced to funnel around the south side of Yasnaya Fields and 77 with Limbo Boom left standing. We'll take one more of them away. And he's not going to last too much longer, unfortunately. Black Esports able to pick that one up. The send ahead of this fight, I mean, may have been able to thread the needle onto this rotation. It's a very difficult decision to make, but seems like it's paid off for them. Team Spirit's still on 4, though. They are still flexing out, still trying to get rid of as much danger from this eastern side, and I think it's worked.
Yeah, again, this is not an easy circle to play. It's moving up towards that north side now as well. Brute Force have actually had quite a strong hold on that north side, looking out towards a lot of teams. Now, Black Esports, like you said, move slightly further forward, try and prevent a lot of these squads from moving through. That's a lovely nade from Nomi. Nothing more to be said about that. It will be stolen away by Twisted Minds, but regardless, for Team Spirit, this is fine for them. As long as they're clearing squads around them, their movement into the circle will be made a lot easier.
Doran solo, Twisted Minds with 8 elims. The circles have just been hard shift right now. We're on our 3rd hard shift, and this time it's over to the northwest. First it went hard west, then it went east, and now it's going over the road to a lot of these teams. Currently, 3 teams with 4 players alive. Team Spirit, Vibes, and Footballers Chaos. Footballers Chaos regrouping to that central compound that Vibes hold the other side of. And actually doing so fairly successfully, crashing on in, keeping their corner safe.
Black Esports still going, though. 6 eliminations. Twisted Minds finally are removed from the game. It's 8 elims, although IWNRX does outlast them.
Ooh,
Twisted Minds able to extract a little bit more at this game. Lewis makes for a bold move, assuming that everyone around them is down, considering he got the flush over towards Twisted Minds. Forgot to calculate for Zed Wolf. Team Spirit will have to move a wrap over towards the western side, likely their best bet. But so many teams taking shots over towards them. Nobody's already popped out the vehicle, as is Matic. This is likely going to be a bit of a Hail Mary coming through from Team Spirit.
Kitsune in effect. Do you manage to get to a little bit of cover for the time being? We'll see how much further they can go. Of course, if they want to put up 300 points, they are going to need a big gain. On the northern side, on these small undulations in amongst the trees, it's been looking nice and shady, nice and relaxed for them. Nearly catching the buggy over the ridgeline, and is followed up with the convertible. Converting the point and adding it to the tally. 5 elims found for brute force, and they will get the res onto Furia as well.
Yeah, Furia dropping out the vehicle a little bit too quickly. Actually knocks himself in the process. Awkward position for Team Spirit, but it's all you can really find. I mean, with Fireflux, Footballers Chaos, and Vibes all having locations that are safe to play in, every single one of those teams can comfortably take shots at you. So it's essentially 12 guns all looking their way. It's almost a miracle that they get 2 players into this spot. But another top 5 finish for Team Spirit again.
You just always see him in these late games. Can't get rid of him. Like a bad smell. But it is pretty sweet for them at the moment. Footballers Chaos getting ahead onto their corner of the compound, being closer to the center of the circle, is going to force Vibes to make the first move in this next shift when, yeah, there we go, it inevitably leaves that position. Team Spirit on the north, and actually Brute Force on the northeast as well. This could get interesting. Fireflux are kind of in the way of all of the routes out from this compound. So Vibes now know they need to get rid of Footballers Chaos, and they need to do it quickly.
Yeah, both Vibes and Footballers Chaos understand that Fireflux is a true problem, but to deal with them, you got to deal with each other first. And Fireflux actually make quite an intelligent decision. Team Spirit, though, laughing their heads off over towards this northwest side. This is the best shift that they could have gotten to extend their lifespan in this game. Good shot from Mozero. And Dokumo will fall.
Good opener. They need to find the rest, though, because Vibes are getting shot out. There's shots from across the way. Brute Force have angles onto this engagement. This run out at this point, with Brute Force having angles onto it, is doomed. No matter what happens, it's all about the points that are earned in this fight for Vibes and for Footballers Chaos.
3 limbs so far for Vibes. Nades down the stairs. This feels a little bit terrifying for Footballers Chaos. Nade in the hammer. Mozero is just swinging through EMEA. Like a scythe through the hay. Vibes will find their way through Footballers Chaos.
What a way to crash on through. They lose only 1 player, and see if they can get out of this one, because this is now, I think, an impossible maneuver. Spray downs from Freezer. Going to be thick and fast. Falcons as well. Fireflux, sorry, across the road. You can see these health bars just dropping so low. Mozero tries to get into the zone, into the buggy, but they're crashing. They're tipping back and forth. You just can't make it. They step out, and I think at this point, just deny the points. Heals actually come through for Victor and Brute. But with Prepod backing off, could potentially be an opening. Reversing out across the road. Last-ditch attempt. What was that? Where did that come from? Victor able to slay Soul K on the off angle, and a transition comes through from Vibes. 2 players make it across.
Yeah, a shot through the back window, apparently. Over towards Fireflux. Stage 8 now, almost into stage 9. In 40 seconds, before this fully closes. It's been a long game. It's been a very, very long game, and I imagine if this circle had moved a little bit over towards that eastern side earlier on, this would not be quite as long here. We'll play nade from Brute. We'll take down Soul Case. That's beautiful stuff. Again, just need to find 1 more player. Molotov might be on target.
Scarface.
It was.
Ooh, shifts out of the way, though. Doesn't get tagged by it. Nades
Yeah.
back over. Very, very short. Vibes actually leaving the position that they threw nades from, so fair enough to go short there. But ooh, I think that's Team Spirit. Yeah, they spotted Scarface. They know this angle. Their ridge lines and that smoke is so important. I wonder how many they've got left right now, though, because as soon as that clears, Brute Force have the shots.
Victor looking to swing around. Over towards Brute Force. Every single team with just the 2 players now. And it really is the woods that are causing them to have a little bit more cover. Scarface picks his timing very well. The only player on the teams that actually have any kind of eliminations. Good cover as Effect starts to move closer. Will opt to back it off a little bit.
Ooh, Freezer taking the spray. Has to stand behind the smoke because the play was bait out the shots, bait out the peaks, right? And allow Kitsune to take those shots back over. Effect maybe going in for round 2, but just repositioning the buggy.
5 nades.
Billowing on the back. Yeah, you're right. 5 nades. They haven't really been too close by to the rest of this fighting.
I mean, only the 1 elimination, but the 5 nades is sort of the big thing here for this squad. It's a case of getting close enough to send them through. I mean, those are a little bit short. They have a good idea of where Prepod's playing. They just need to get this nade on target, that's all.
Immediately Freezer trying to take shots, but is that... I think that might be Vibes, actually, with led over towards Team Spirit. Kitsune now having to crawl his way forwards. Vibes as well. Force a little bit higher on the hill. Prepod may have spotted that shuffle, but Victor gets seen. Brute as well trying to peek the tree. And Kitsune, Prepod, everybody else turning their way over. And it's Team Spirit now to take on Prepod and Freezer on the north side, but Team Spirit with 2.
Not a bad stun grenade.
This rotation over to the edge. Prepod fully blind. He doesn't even know if the blue zone's on top of him and he has to step out. It's Team Spirit with 2. The transition to the north side. Get rid of half the team. Shed the dead weight. Well, far from it. Everybody's performing on this squad. It's another Team Spirit chicken dinner.
It's a very casual win as well. Again, a rare opportunity to see Nomi smiling on stage. Wow, what is this? But actually from Kitsune, fantastic that he saves the 2 stun grenades for that moment. Because he's able to put them to such good use. Prepod just had no clue where he was at that point in time.
I mean, it's really nasty, right? Especially with the blue zone pushing in. And you just don't know, right? You just don't know where you are. You don't know when to peek. You don't know where your spray's going. And with 2 sightlines over towards you, really well shut down. Low elimination count for Team Spirit. I think they were able to pick up a few in that final circle, but I think it's, what, like 4 or
I think it's 14.
maybe even 3.
Yeah, 14 points total.
Yeah. Really, really low elimination
pretty
count,
good
but still.
from a tough spot they were playing in.
Definitely.
Again, I think it's the fact that he has 2 stun grenades, because sending those back to back, a lot of times you struggle. And you can see here, the fact that he had the stun grenades go through gave the opportunity for Effect to actually get towards that tree. Because I think if he breaks out towards that side, he has to trust that Prepod is blind. And the second stun grenade going through just means that Prepod has to continue to look away. It's very, very well done. And if you look at that, honestly, highest points in that game was 14. Team Spirit coming second with 13 and Brute Force in third with 13 themselves. So a lot of points went to a ton of different teams inside this lobby. Very fun and a really cool ending from Team Spirit, just showing that tactical superiority.
Yeah, that rotate up to the northwest side. I mean, obviously, they got a couple of shifts out their way. It moved away from the compound on the south, which was Vibes and Footballers Chaos, who were not quite able to survive the melee on the north edge. Falcons cannot convert off their chicken dinner. They will be denied any points this match. Virtus Pro only on 1. Remember, they're our chasing team. IWNRX a little bit higher up than them right now. It should be okay. That is the flattest line across the damage bars I've seen, I think, ever in the end game graphic.
Not really any. I mean,
Less than 100.
Footballers Chaos, 2 points apart. Yeah, super curious. That game is. No one really had a definitive position in the circle. Everyone was holding each other out at the same time. Sort of like that meme in the church where everyone's got a gun to the back of one another's heads. But yeah, it's quite good. Scarface, though, I think 5 eliminations he was able to get, and that's the only eliminations that Fireflux were able to pick up. They were all on Scarface, so he did a huge amount of work for his team, all on his lonesome. Did eventually fall down, though. But a very fun game, and a stunning finish from Team Spirit. Haha.
Yeah, absolutely. They were able to close it down, and doing that as a duo, I mean, that's just what Team Spirit are able to do, and it's what they've been trained for. Another late game for them. They will get all the way to the top. What are they up to? Like 115 chicken dinners, I think, at this point. It's somewhere around that sort of region. They have kind of taken the rest of the lobby. Let's take a look at the overalls as we can see what their totals are. 8 chicken dinners now. That was their 8th, putting it up on the board. Again, staying almost at a 50% win rate this week for themselves. 2 matches off. But that is absolutely incredible. 258, and they are now, 42 points away from breaking 300 on the week.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I'd like to see 10 chicken dinners by the end of the week. That would be good. We'll see if it comes true. They have 4 more matches to do it in, so they would need 50% win rate. Not to mention the 1 chicken dinner they've already accrued today. But yeah, overall, team spirit on a different level at the moment in these games. Not sure what the factor was that changed, that was able to see something click. But either way, very cool stuff.
They do just seem to be unleashed, and they are really making it tough for anybody else in the Europe region to get anywhere closer to even smelling that qualification spot to PMGC. And at this point, it basically is just locked in. Because even if they don't do super well next week, as long as it isn't disastrous, they're done. They're locked in, right? Not only that, most likely, well, actually, at this point, almost certainly going to be taking the 20 league ranking points in towards their totals, and hopefully getting those top 16 based on that. We'll have to see what more they've got for us, because we've got 2 more Erangels to go, followed by 2 Miramars. We'll see you guys after the break.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. we will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green, together for Earth.
Team Spirit back at it again for another chicken dinner. They're 8th so far this week. They have definitely taken return to form very, very literally, and they have absolutely mopped the floor so far. With 4 more matches to play, they're looking to break 300 because, frankly, there's no other goal for them at this stage. They could just stop playing. They could put down their Infinix GT20 Pros, despite how good they look and how well they perform, and just sit back and not really have to worry about anything, because the next highest team, Heroic, doesn't seem to be on pace at all to overtake them. There is just no way.
Yeah, I think honestly for Team Spirit, it's more of a case of just continue to unleash the beast with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming to continue up towards the top side of those PMGC points and remain there. At this point in time, though, I think that they've done more than enough. Obviously, they'd like to secure a position at the top just in case they have a wildly bad week 3. But either way, it looks to be good enough. Thank you so much, Al Hadji. Very sweet of him. And hope that all the power fans at home appreciate that. This will be one of the last times you'll see the survey out in the chat. So make sure you do fill it out today and get your thoughts out there on the future of PMSL. What you think, what you think's great, what you think's not so great. Let us know in the survey, which will be popping up in the chat throughout today.
Make sure you have your say. Enigma Galaxy, in that last match on the Southeast Hill, had a clash with Twisted Minds, with Vibes as well as Team Spirit, who crunched in from the West Edge. Black Esports threw their hat in the ring. It was a tough Southeast side of the circle, and in general, I think a lot of teams had a pretty rough time in that last match, right? It was the hard shift after hard shift kind of circle, which in general is always going to be nasty. But as I highlighted during that match, that's where teams who have a really quick thinking IGL, who's able to immediately ideate, translate that into coherent instructions, and then they're able to actuate upon that instruction as a team. That is where a brilliant team can really shine, and it's exactly what we saw from Team Spirit. So it's great to see that really sort of realized on such fantastic kit, because the Infinix GT20 Pro is the official smartphone here at the PMSL EMEA with a dual chipset, 144 hertz AMOLED screen, as well as 120 FPS for stunning visuals for our professional players here in the PMSL EMEA 2024. Let's hop on over onto the plane for a second time today on Erangel for a third match on the cards as we creep ever closer to the end of week 2 in our second set of throwing out those league ranking points.
So halfway through the day already, guys. Goodness me. We're heading from the paved down towards Quarry. Heroic 169 points. Only really 77 chasing them, but it's Brute Force looking to get towards 4th place at the moment. And then potentially slide in on towards the 3rd place, which has been opened up today for a couple of the teams. And it's really the only other spot available to these squads right now. Yeah, again, this is very similar to what we saw on our previous Erangel. So most teams should understand what they're doing here, and this should be a too difficult circle to work around with in terms of playing path. See that most eliminations is Nomi at 52, which is surprising considering the start of the day his max eliminations from both weeks was just 65.
A big lead on those damage numbers as well for Nomi. 10k, only his teammate competing with him. Marceau on the outside track, sure, but definitely nowhere near. However, Marceau for Heroic, I think it's safe to say, Walsh for Heroic has been definitely given the lobby what for as well, which is why Heroic have been so successful. Plenty of headshots coming through from him. Circle, northwest side, so we're not going back to the Yaz Fields. Potential for teams to break up that west side. I'm looking at Virtus Pro, I'm looking at Trover 2030 and Zeus to try and traipse their way up over there and potentially go to North George and try and take control of some hillsides to the north edge of it.
Yeah, again, this is massively away from practically all of our teams in terms of heading over towards that side. Huge amount of water in this one, though. What are you saying, John? 40%?
Percentages?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get back to you. I'll take my measurements.
Yeah, cool. But yeah, a lot of water in it either way. So limited land mass, which will in turn cause a response from a lot of these squads to make a quick movement over towards the north side of the map, try and claim some part of the ground. Virtus Pro spying some more vehicles on the way, trying to move them around. A lot of the teams, get yourself as many players with a vehicle as possible to ensure you can make those rotations that we saw Team Spirit make in our previous game, with enough vehicles to at least divert attention enough that 2 players might see it towards the end of the game, might just like that match, pick yourself up a chicken dinner.
I'm going to go with about 30% of the circle is water right now. I think it's a little bit more than a quarter, and that's where I'm settling. And that's a pretty dastardly circle 1. You don't want to be seeing that if you're a team trying to make their way through. It's interesting as well because a lot of teams can get stuck around that Everest position on the south side, right? It's very tempting to say we'll stick on this and then wait to see if it goes north. But I think that in my mind, it's a team that's going to go north of the river that's going to win this game. That's what I want to see.
Yeah,
I'm calling it now.
Fair.
I'm calling it now.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. You want to see him win. I want to see him win. Indeed, heading over towards the north side would be a wise decision, especially with how far this does move up towards the north as well, John. I think that the gamble right now is not to play Everest unless it's necessary. Heading over towards that northern edge of the map, likely a little bit more safe. still about half of our lobby down towards the southeast side, waiting for the next stage to come through so they can make a better decision and ascertain where the center of the circle will be. Because I think with that stage 2, you might just be able to figure out, this is probably going across the river or it's going down towards the south side. So yeah, I think patience is key in this game.
Certainly be a chance to display galactic-sized brains. Zeus, they are indeed making their way up the west coast. Are they going to go across the river and meet Trovo head-on? It looks like Eren will lead the charge for them. A freshly dropped vehicle there for Footballers Chaos.
Release the vehicle.
Hot off the production line. And the Raz continues as we go back over to this crossing for Zeus, and they turn around. Ragnarok, ooh, catches Maniac, and there's no two ways about that engagement. Drops down into the water, descends from the vehicle, and maybe going for a swim, but you can see how inhospitable that bridge position is on the far side, on the north edge towards North George.
Yeah, getting Trovo 2030 across here is pretty smart. With Zeus having to fall down into the water that graces them beneath, at least stop their fall, but likely won't stop the rate of fire heading towards their direction, just hoping that the water might put out those flames before they can lick at them. Ragnarok, though, will sacrifice the vehicle to be able to shoot from the outside seat. He will pull up the grenade. Smart decision.
Made over. Repositions, does some more scouting. They know where they are. Taking some shots. Ooh, not going to happen. This time around, Ragnarok, does he have another nade? He's marking him. Man for man. If they go too far south, he is kind of just going to have to let them go. And you can see they know how to play these stanchions, right? There is a possibility that you can sort of strafe up on the side here, right? And get your weapon out. And generally, you're looking to get your fists out because it's unlikely you can get those shots off. You can get a punch in if you're close range. And I don't think Ragnarok is going to be able to keep this one going. Maniac is still down. Or is that a Renock coming on through?
I'm not sure. For Maniac, maybe. You can res out on the water now, at least. You could be right, John. Could be a Renock coming through. It is a matter of time. For Trovo 2030, I think wasting time here is not the right thing to do. For 2 eliminations, they could have had a much better spot inside the circle. So it is slightly confusing to me. We'll see what they opt to do next, but I do think this is a classic case of tunnel vision. In this case, bridge vision.
Now just slowly pulling back. I think they're going to be able to get away with this, you know. This is a strong drop-off coming on through. Synchronized on the breaststroke there underwater. Imagine having to swim with a metal helmet and body armor. That's quite impressive. That's quite an impressive physical feat, if nothing else.
Yeah, I'd agree. So this has been a pretty unfortunate approach to the game so far in terms of Trovo 2030 just desperately harpooning players from Zeus in the water. Not finding too much out of the back of it, though. As IWNRX over towards the eastern side, in close contest with Twisted Minds towards their north. We jump on board with. Wow, thank you, observers. So good.
We like looking at Twisted Minds right now. Team, you were complimenting their play over yesterday, and we'll see if they can do a little bit better than their forced rotation to the south side of the Yas Fields in the last match. Circle is going to come on through. A lot of teams still yet to make their move, and that is, again, fairly dramatic. I mean, it keeps South George in, it keeps just one side of Everest in, keeps those containers in, but in general, it's going to be the hills around shooting range, around the north side of North George, and over towards Zaki even, that is going to be the main focus of teams.
Team Spirit on their rotate now on that eastern side, but you're right, with the circle actually moving up towards that northwest now, Job. We will see a lot more teams cramming themselves in. And I think that this is what you were talking about earlier in terms of getting across that river quite quickly with the way that the circle's centered up. And a lot of teams have done. They've heeded your advice and they've moved over towards that north side. Zagi still not really where teams would like to go, but it will provide sanctuary just in the case that you need to head over there. You know, maybe you're afraid of playing the center of the circle. Maybe you'd like a little bit more of a comfortable position. Zaki will certainly give you that, but you're going to be out the circle soon, depending on stage 3. Football is Chaos make their way to the big house. The Team Spirit have been eyeing up for a while greedily, but Football is Chaos, like dragons, do not easily give up their bounty.
They will try and maintain the horde. Yet the draw of the Ark and Stone, perhaps, too great for mere mortal men to resist. Fireflux getting on top of this ridgeline. To be honest, in this scenario, I feel like Fireflux have the better position out of them and Footballers Chaos. Sure, it would be safer for Footballers Chaos, but in terms of transitioning to a win, I think it's going to be a little bit better on the top of the hill. Twisted Minds think otherwise. They are going in through 3 teams right now. Team Spirit not taking shots. Footballers Chaos. There they go. There's some shots popping off, finally. Now straight into the south side. Fireflux are going to try and light up the gun range. Twisted Minds, however, seems to be pretty ethereal. Made of smoke in this instance, and all the bullets sail straight through them.
And that's what you need. A bit of Houdini action. I don't think Houdini was magic, but, you know, he would have pulled off something similar with slight hand tricks. Though it is efficiently done here in-game with none of that kind of thing going on. Just pure skill. Twisted Minds, though, on this south side of the fielded approach. Bit of an awkward circle, this one, John. Yeah, I mean, it actually is impressive.
How's that happened? They went straight through the middle.
Chaos rotate.
They were on the east side, like the full east side of the circle, near IWNRX.
50-50.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Oh, okay,
50-50.
finally someone's got down.
Yeah. I mean, it was going to happen eventually, but it definitely was a bit of a 50-50 rotate. This is really quite a mean circle. Heading down towards back to crates. And to be honest with you, John, I don't know if it was you as well, but I know for me, I really wouldn't want to play in crates. Although it will provide some decent positioning, it's a case of you're almost certain it's moving away from there at some point.
Yeah, I think I'd agree, definitely. I wouldn't want to be going into crates because getting out of it, as you say, is just too tough right now. Taking a position closer to the river, as Heroic are kind of doing. What I don't mind is putting one of your players in crates to give yourself that little bit of more control over towards the Georgia Pole Bridge, over towards the North Shore, get a couple more sight lines and potentially cut off a flank, as you will most likely need to be crossing the river to be able to have multiple angles on teams across the other side is going to be useful. I'm not sure if I'd put more than one player there. I think a 2-2 split, which Heroic currently seem to be doing, could potentially be a little bit too precautionary, and you won't have enough power on the main drive shaft to get across the river, but maybe I'm ready to be proved wrong by Heroic if they can manage it.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard crossing for Heroic. And I think in the future, it's going to be a case of making... Well, this is the thing. I think one of their biggest opportunities right now is to make a hard eastern wrap. But that's already so many teams that they're going to have to pursue. IWNRX, Vibes, as well as Virtus Pro.
How many points do you think Team Spirit are going to get? What's the over-under on 10 points?
The over-under?
Yeah, what are you taking? Over or under?
Sorry, I've just been given a little bit of soup.
Ooh, good soup.
A taste of some soup. Very good soup, actually.
Super tasty soup. Soup.
The over-under on Team Spirit getting plus of 10 points. Crouton.
Crunchy friends in a liquid broth.
That's right. I don't quite have any of those. I'm thinking On this game, position up towards the north side, push down towards the south. Falcons, footballers, chaos. I think it's 60%. 60% on a +10 game.
Okay. 60%. So you're pretty confident that they're going to be able to get over 10 points this match?
Yeah, I think in terms of the passage down towards the south side, I'm pretty hopeful for them. I think it's sort of difficult because they are crunched in. Everyone else is, though. It's really reliant very much on their skill. And with that circle, I do think playing down towards the south side is their biggest bet going forward. But now with brute force crunching them in, I feel like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Can't be right always.
Just some of the time. Falcons with a contest. Can they take down Team Spirit? The answer, seemingly, yes. Because at the moment, 2 players from Team Spirit are eliminated, but we've seen what 2 more players can do. It's Matic and Nomi this time around to try and take up the mantle, but there's another knocker. Team Spirit are bad, Blank. I have no idea. I didn't even know.
Damn, 16 plays, 0 points, man. Well,
that's a 40% right there.
That is the 40% coming through. Yeah, I mean, again, take into consideration, it's not really Falcons that I expect to completely murk Team Spirit, but there you go. I don't think they expected Ragnar to spray an entire clip of a PP Bison and just run forward, screaming, ah! And it worked out. It did work out after all.
I mean, it's very confusing. And Team Spirit are like, what? No plan? Question mark?
No plan? Only shoot?
Wait, I don't get it. You didn't lay any groundwork. You didn't have any... What's going on? And then by that point, they were already in the dirt. Falcons now turning their attention over towards Brute Force, who are trying to take them down. It seems like Brute Force having a little bit more success, but in comes Ragnar, straight through the middle. Doesn't take too much damage for it. Doesn't quite connect, though, on the rundown. 3 players alive for Brute Force. In comes a third party. Footballers Chaos want a piece of this. In they go, as Furia does get knocked as well, as Falcons also taking knots. Footballers Chaos lighten up the sidelines. Ragnar, vengeance on his mind. There's the Bison back in action. Looks for more, but the spray down on one's going to be good enough because Footballers Chaos still maintaining strength. Can Enigma Galaxy maybe sweep through? Okay, sweep through this. Ragnar gets another as Brute Force fall flat. And now Footballers Chaos can move in. Enigma Galaxy, a 4th team, I think, to start engaging onto this angle. At the moment, it's not going super well. They've lost Storm on the forefront. Ragnar still rages. As Falcons put 4 up on the board, maybe 5.
There is a lot of action going on over the last 3 minutes. And I mean, rightly so. There's not a lot of places to play now. Very interesting bit of terrain on this map, by the way. It's a big old ridge that cuts through the center. And Heroic were able to actually make that wrap over towards that eastern side. This is what we were talking about earlier. And with 4 players, they actually have quite a good chance in this game. I'd be pleased to see them do well. I think that they deserve to hold on to the 2nd spot, in my opinion. Which is humble on the 40%.
All right. I like it. I thought Falcons were just going to be a straight pushover on that push south, but it's the other way around. It was quite spectacular. They're dead, though, so L.
Yeah. L plus ratio plus no one asked.
Plus no aura.
Negative Riz. Ohio Riz. I have no idea what any of these things mean.
That's right. I think the usage is correct, though. I think that the... I don't know either, just to clarify, but I'm pretty sure... we've nailed it. We blend right in. Fireflux,
yeah,
striking towards the center of the circle, trying to take that from Vibes. The shift over to the east. Heroic have a little bit of ground over on the east edge as well. It'll be interesting to see if they can maintain... I mean, they've got that ridge, right, that sits to the east side of this next circle that overlooks a lot of flat ground between them and Fireflux. So I don't think there's too many other positions that are playable in this next circle. Power have the only other one that sits in the bend of the road. We get the replay of Ragnar rampaging through Brute Force. What a spin around as well.
Yeah, very much so. Horrid circle, though, heading down towards the southeast side. with Vibes playing in the center of this ridgeline, essentially the middle of the valley. Twisted Minds finding Marcelo on Trover 2030. Remember, Trover 2030 could have had a much better positioning here, and again, I will say that them focusing way too much over towards Zeus has not provided them with a huge amount of plays going forward.
Trover 2030. Cassell trying to get across, just about squeaks into the alley, but I don't think he's out of danger. Twisted Minds also trying to leave North Georgia Pole, and it is going poorly. 77 set and primed to rack up a lot of elimination points on their North hold, as are Black Esports a little bit further down the road. However, they also are going to have to leave. 77 going to get pushed in by the blue, regroup to the vehicles at stage 5, so the blue zone is going to do a little bit more than tickle. You can see it does tick down fairly quickly now. A route back found to the hills, maybe a swing in behind Fireflux, but Enigma Galaxy have had the same idea. They meet head on. A diversion necessary now as 77 turn tail, try and re-establish an approach line. That's not the Falcons' way. They would have sent straight on through the middle, trying to bulldoze Enigma Galaxy out of the way, but we're going a little bit more cerebral this time, and unfortunately, Zadira not there with the IQ.
No, which is a bit mean, but true. Nades though, sidling over towards Enigma Galaxy. Shifu's got a couple more. This guy is very well known to be hitting some great nades in these games. That one goes close to him and will be forced to step out, drop shot into the stand-up to get back out of the blue, understanding that's a problem for him. But it is Enigma Galaxy to lose all of their players in very short order. Immediately though, Fireflux spots this, and from this position down towards the south side are having a great time for themselves. Despite only having 3 players, this is a good position to continue to force the issue.
Fireflux now trying to maintain this position, but in comes an influx from the east. It's Power trying to spin on through. And it seems like they'll lead out fairly successfully. I mean, they've been here for a while on the south, but trying to get a little bit closer to Fireflux now with the circle shrinking as it does. Nades over the top. Power been safe for a while. It is basically Fireflux's position, or bust at this stage for teams.
Nasty shift over towards Heroic. I think it's better to make the full-on crash of Fireflux, but Eagles are looking. I've got a couple that still have life to them, which is nice. Right now, Volt just setting them all up. And they could crash on the eastern side of this ridge. Have a good game from there. Power, though, playing some interesting angles.
They do get a little bit, yeah. Just a little opening, but not really finding too much more. Nade over towards Al-Haji. Does dodge it. But in this little shack, trouble's brewing. Vibes. Gonna eat nades. That one's right underneath Al-Haji, but I think he just managed to get away with it. Into the buggy. Repositions out to the west. Fireflux taking shots, but Ketch goes down. Solke and Scarface, 2 players alive, trying to keep this one together for them. Repositions necessary. And in the meantime, Heroic, they're gathering strength. Gonna need to surge forwards. They're playing as 4. A roll down for Easy. Cannot get this res now. Really nice pickup here. No shots to answer. The nades were out. And Power get away with that rollout scot-free. Vidan up close. Straight past Solke. Sails on through. Forced to take the peak. And in come Heroic. They've navigated all the way up to the north side. And they can sweep down this ridgeline. This is powerful from Heroic. Scarface is down. He's almost certainly out. And now they can start to turn their attention to distance. Power have the backstop on this fight. The nades in from Solke. He's trapped in a valley of death. But will fall down to it. Heroic get the knock over onto Power. And this is great from Heroic to wrap around on the north side.
Yeah, and it's exactly what I wanted them to do earlier on to get this eastern shift on the ridge. They know that they can bully out Fireflux from here. It's really just Power remaining now. Al-Haji's underneath, but Kevin's got the high ground. And an instant 1-2 punch over towards him will leave him black and blue.
Satan behind the tree. Is Heroic maintain the high ground? It's a very thin high ground, though. This is the difficulty. There are angles from a lot of these buildings. If Heroic try and play on the other side, you are very isolated. You're forced to play silhouetted on this high ground, which means you need to keep a low profile. But Satan going down allows them a little bit more breathing room. One knock sent back over towards Volt, but it's in a resable position. Easy needs to respot, as does Fidan. They're towards the edge of the circle. Easy moves in to get the res onto Satan.
Satan being brought back up in the process. Vibes delaying the engagement at the moment with that first initial nade that takes down one of the players here. Despite all this, it is currently the 3, 2, and the 4 players from Heroic moving on. Good shots, though, from Jafar. Will take down at least one, but he pays the price in his life. Drops down to 20%. Victor now in a resable spot, and Heroic are just struggling to gain ground at the moment.
But as a power, now one player alive on either team that's facing them. Heroic is still as 4. They've gotten the res off. That flex out from Jafar has taken the wind out of Vibe's sails, and they are really struggling to catch it again. Jafar, again, putting Molotovs down. Satan tries to get away, but now Heroic have the center of the circle. They've got control. They've got the middle here. And it is going to be difficult to get rid of them. Both players back up for Vibes Esports. They're rolling around, and Jafar will be able to take them down this time around fully. Moving up back to the high ground, it's just Satan. They take down Fidan on the back lines, and beneath them, Heroic tread upon everybody else who tries to ascend the lobby. It will not work out. Heroic with an excellent flank out to the north side. Clear the hilltop. They play silhouetted. And it is a bright victory for them. A great chicken dinner.
And I mean, to be fair, we were dead wrong about Team Spirit. However, we did get the nice little prediction over towards Heroic on that eastern rotate. Luckily, a lot of the other teams fizzled out over on that side of the map, let's say, allowing Heroic an in there, and they took it. Absolutely grabbed it with 2 hands and pulled that chicken dinner towards them. So very, very well done to them. Honestly, quite proud of the team. Again, they need some more points on the day and to see themselves further towards the top, just to confirm it. And I think with that game, it does now become really difficult to pull them out the saddle in second place.
I think so too. I mean, I'm looking at this lobby, right? And I'm thinking about which teams are going to be going over towards those finals to try and claim those 6 qualification spots from the finals, with teams like Team Spirit, IWNRX, and Brute Force currently set to take their regional stages, and Virtus Pro potentially set to take the PMGC points. Qualification spots means that I'm looking for teams who are going to take those other spots, right? And right now on my list, I have 2 names, and it is Heroic, and I think it's Na'Vi as well. These are the 2 teams that I'm looking at as fairly confident that they can make this one work. Fireflux have disappointed me a little this week, and I think that they have shown a lot of weakness. It's teams like Twisted Minds that I'm considering, 77 as well, to be thrown into that mix. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this lobby matures into playing with each other and developing a meta.
Yeah, I think for Fireflux, it's largely because Scarface is the one consistent factor on that team. And I think that he is incredibly good at the game, and has developed overall a lot in his time during PUBG Mobile Esports. It is unfortunate that the rest of the team just isn't backing him up as much as he might like. Despite that, they're still getting decent amount of eliminations per match, but it isn't as potent as last week. Not quite as strong. Heroic, on the other hand, had a big turnaround. It doesn't feel just like it is Walsh. That team, though, still feels like it is in its early stages of potential. There's still a lot of mistakes they make that you can see happening. And it does feel like they eke out these wins a lot of times. And that's okay. And I think it's a very good starting point for Heroic. Kevin on that game, though, 1,000 damage is awesome to see.
That is, yeah, really quite impressive to be able to keep it all together deep into that match. They stayed as 4 as well, which is really important to know. Even if Jafar didn't get any eliminations, he was a really important flex out on that south side for them, taking care of Vibes. basically single-handedly. The points do not go his way, sure, but he did so much in that position. So I think a big shout out to Jafar on that chicken dinner as well to maintain control over the high ground. Well, Heroic are able to get a chicken dinner on our second Erangel of the day. From the north side on the high ground, they make it work. We'll see you guys in a few.
You color my eyes, I'm not the enemy. You see my disguise, you tell me I am clean. You save my soul, I'm on my knees. I wanna wash it all away. If I walk on the line, oh, will you wait for me? Now I wonder why I fly high and how I have learned to begin again, feeling light. When I'm cold, they'll know my name, they'll know my name. Time is on my side, I won't be remembered in this life as a criminal, a criminal, a criminal. I've learned to stand tall and look the other way. Make my mistakes right, I'm not afraid of change. I'm not alone, not casting stones. I wanna feel the wind blowing, not here to survive. I wanna play.
It's time to take a step back from the Battle Royale, and we're going into the head-to-head battles. It's TDM time, blank, and we're all very excited to see what's going to unfold. Yesterday, it was Marceau from S2G to be able to get the MVP title, and S2G decided to go for a call-out towards Footballers Chaos. That's who it was.
Someone
Completely forgot for just a moment, but no, it was Footballers Chaos to get the challenge call out from Marceau, who in general are, on average, the worst performing team here at the PMSL.
Hey now. Hey. Could be that bad?
It is that bad.
It's pretty bad. S2G versus Footballers Chaos. Warehouse. Two titans coming against one another. The ground shakes when they walk into the warehouse room. P90s in hands because I can hear them.
That is true. I'm hearing a shotgun. What was that? Was that DBS?
M1014?
Oh, yes, the M114. But it's P90s.
M1014. P90s on Footballers Chaos.
The grenades. potentially to come through. Hamzy pulls the pin first.
You see, it's all about chaos.
Chaos is a ladder. That's my
What's that
little finger.
from?
That's my little finger impression from Game of Thrones.
Not that
Chaos is a ladder. There you go. What do you think?
It sounds like a disgruntled Trump.
But yeah, well, that's fair.
Yeah.
Chaos is a ladder. The most disgruntled.
Yeah. See, that one's
This is
good.
most disgruntling. No. No, no, no. None of these loser footballers, chaos players. Only winners like S2G. Marsto, such a great guy. Such a great fragger.
I personally know him. We played Warehouse together a couple of times.
I beat him every time, of course. I taught him everything he knows.
I do like that we still got like the what's it called? The music from. Is it gone? I think it's gone.
It's like the lobby music, though. It's not the drop
Yeah.
spot music.
No. That's still there. It's like ticking down almost. To
It's there. You hear the little
Chaos's
bongos.
fate. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
Do, 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 ga, ga, do, ba, do, ga. Ooh.
Well, no.
Hold, whoa now. S2G. They're in the lead.
Hey, now.
18 to 11. 18 to 12. I'm sorry I lied. But it will change again.
This is what teams are made of.
What? Okay.
I think we said
Oh,
hey now.
hey now. Yeah. Okay, got it.
Pretty good from Hamzy. That's 8
Yeah.
kills. 8 limbs.
Ooh, and another nade bursts onto Storm, but a nade around the corner puts him low. Storm's on the inside of the container. Yekta as well with a challenge over to the right-hand side of the flank. Kelsey moves on in to try and take the elimination, but it's the drop shot to win out the day.
Wowzers. So far, it has been riveting performance from both teams. Yekta over grenade. Bounces back. Not ideal for Yekta, which I cannot say for some reason.
Yeah.
I struggle between Yetka.
No.
Yekta. Yekta. It's Yekta.
Yeah. Yokta.
Yeah, I can only say it. Yekta. Yeah, Yekta. I don't know why I'm saying it.
I don't
like
think there's an actually in there, but it's a good way to remember the order of the syllables, I think. Hamzy G
that.
putting in the nades. 24 to 21, so it's getting a little bit closer. It was a pretty defining lead for S2G. But 21 points for Footballers Chaos.
The lobby music's concerning me. Yeah, it feels like I'm on a timer.
I feel like I should be, relaxing in a spa to this music.
Yeah, well, no, I don't know.
Like, or
You know,
like at a
countdown?
Havana bar. Like a
You know,
cabana.
countdown?
Yes, I do.
I'm getting countdown vibes.
Oh, really? You're feeling pressure from it?
Yeah, big time. I'm like so nervous.
I mean, I guess
right now.
it's like a ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
That kind of like TikTok sound.
Who's gonna win? Come on,
29.
Sander. Make your opinion.
Make your opinion. Are you going to make your opinion, are you?
Yes, I craft it.
What are you going to use to make it?
I'll craft it with my thoughts.
Threads of opinion. Woven.
Yes,
Tapestry of analysis.
to form an argument. The likes which has never been seen.
Oh, true inventive creativity. Unlimited power. Oh, they're 4 points away from winning. What do you think about that?
Give him the old.
Give them the old shield.
They've electrocuted them.
Oh no.
Wow!
They have been left scarred and disfigured. But
They have unlimited
the
power.
attempt on my life has only strengthened my resolve.
Well, yeah, they look pretty good.
Hey, they're done. That's $500 they've just won right there.
Yeah, they're done. $500. Bada bing, bada boom. That equally goes between 4 players, 125 each.
Hey.
Very nice.
That is the
It's divisible by 4.
second most dominating win we've seen in the warehouse, behind Team Spirit against Power.
Is it?
That's pretty good.
It's dominant. Is it dominant or is it dominating? Second most dominant.
Ooh,
That's what I would
yes.
use, right? That's what I would use.
You've corrected me correctly, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they can be dominating. I think that,
Yes.
that actually can be used as an adjective, but it is interchangeable between that and dominant. But I think it's an Americanism which is dominating, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Americanism itself is dominating sometimes, you know.
It is.
That's
it is.
unfortunate.
It is. If two words could be used in contextual values, Americanize it. Just use one word for everything. Haha.
Yeah, it's like, what are you talking about? Who needs to make sure that you're using the right part of speech? Is it an adjective? Is it a verb? Who cares? We're just going to go straight in and just say letters in certain orders.
Yes.
Aluminum, sidewalk. Like, come on.
Aluminum.
What's that about?
This
God.
is the break you were looking for.
We're going to go to a break. We'll see you in a bit.
%8 of PUBG mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
We're going back over to Erangel for another round here in the PMSL EMEA. The final day of week 2 is upon us, and we will be divvying out those league ranking points in due course. 3 more matches to play today, Blank, and we will be giving out that second round after those have concluded. Right now, it is still very much Team Spirit unleashing the beast with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Team Spirit have been controlling almost every game they were in, except for that last one. But they get one bad one every day. Maybe that was it.
Yeah, that's the hand that they get dealt, and they have to fold it immediately. Dual handing the water, an interesting technique that I've not seen before. Also,
5-finger claw grip to open the bottle.
Struggling to close it, though.
Doesn't want to put too much stress on the fingers. You don't want to create the friction. I mean, if someone's done your water bottle up really tight, you need to put a lot of friction to open that thing. And you don't want to scrape your fingers just before you're going in. Those are your weapons, you know?
Weapons. Oh, who's done that? Icy's taken all his hair off.
What?
Yeah.
No.
That's so sad. No more frosted tips.
Oh, well, still a little bit of love over on Virtus Pro. And remember, that's a team defending 4th place right now, which is a qualification spot on the PMGC points overall tables.
Yes, they need more. More points required.
I need more.
Team Spirit went from looking like a very, very sad crew to now a very happy and confident crew. They were hiding their capabilities all this time, Joe.
Shrouded in mystery and murky darkness, but they shine a light through. A smile on the hand, but not on the face there for Fireflux, as they do not have some of the good performances we've seen from previously. However, they are up in 7th place, and it's again just a slow approach towards those middle to top areas on this table.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow approach. Heroic, though, nice 190 points accrued for themselves after 21 matches. So just under the 10-point average mark, but I think that's excusable. They've had some rough games, that and the fact that Team Spirit has sort of crushed the lobby in quite a few instances. 77 underneath, though. Third place again. So I think that's RCB actually being shunted down now into fourth place. Who now brute force need to overtake.
They have 131 points, sorry, for RCB. Na'Vi were in third before with 141, which means that fourth place is that boundary there. Brute force definitely possible and probable, in fact, that they will take them over. The playing path is on the south side again, so it's once more a fairly similar setting to what we saw last time around. However, it is a bit more dramatic with it this time, being very, very far south and very flat as well to the south.
Very flat to the south. I mean, to be honest with you, it has been kind of an awkward couple of playing paths so far, making this an awkward few playing paths, all right down towards the south side. Now, the players probably used to playing it, but that's not to say that they're enjoying it. This circle, however, does make life a little bit easier for them, heading over towards the eastern side and cutting in slightly more Sosnovka, making those western and east bridge pushes slightly easier for themselves. Falcons, though, decide that now is the time to head down towards C block, and Heroic are slightly slow on the chase.
It could be that they catch the off angle, although, yeah, Ali gonna snag a vehicle, hops out of the vehicle, interestingly enough, and maybe in danger, and goes down. He was in the vehicle. Do you think he was in the passenger seat? I have to get a replay on that.
You will need a replay on that one. Not for Team Falcons, though. A bit awkward losing a play. I mean, Heroic could actually fully commit on this down towards the south side. Hello. This is time to shine for Magnum. Good couple of shots, but no dice on the knock. Soul K goes very low. Kept also, and one is popped out with the help of Limbo Boom. A very accurate couple of shots there using the AKM.
Ooh, nice to get these early pickups there for 77, but Fireflux unhappy to lose Soul K, and an unfortunate scrap early on the road. 3 players in the same vehicle where there once was 4. It's bad times again for the 7th place team.
Yeah, awkward stuff. And for Fireflux, again, from week 1, we had a lot of hope for them. There seemed to be a lot of potential for that team. But then coming into week 2, it just hasn't seemed as strong. Strong, I would say. Strong.
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 Strong. Strong.
Strong. I do apologize.
It's all right. It happens. They creep up on you, especially in these early stages of the game, you know?
Yeah. I don't know what it is. Like, it's just like the... You know what it actually might be?
It's when the music falls off, you're like,
No.
Let me
turn the heating off.
Oh.
I realise that I'm in the coziest of rooms right now.
Oh, man. I want to be in the coziest of rooms. That's not fair. Share.
I mean, you could bring your setup over here if you like, but it might be a 4-hour journey, in which case the show will probably be over by that point. But now I need to submit myself to the freeze.
Ooh.
Perk myself back up again.
Ooh. Do you know what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
Actually, you're not.
I'm not wrong. Arnold Schwarzenegger is wrong.
It was the Meteor. However, you are correct, because actually there is a lot of debate around this.
Is there?
It's actually, you've brought up what is a controversial subject.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Argue at me. With yourself.
With myself.
That's what describing controversy is.
It's actually difficult because...
Is it quite in-depth scientific, long stories?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there is a sector, 2 sects of scientists, and
every Thursday they meet up in a parking
They
in a
meet up
parking
and they
lot.
shout angrily at each other. But one believes it was the initial impact and therefore the ensuing disaster of the meteor that killed the dinosaurs, and the others believe it was the ice age that ensued afterwards that killed the dinosaurs.
Interesting.
There's no way to know either what is correct. It's
That
all
meteor.
Go on.
That meteor impact certainly took down Kine. Right,
That's
WRX.
correct. Yes.
There
Yes,
we
you are
go.
correct.
We saw that one. There is
Yeah.
evidence of it.
It's,
As in
it
video
is evident.
evidence.
Yeah.
Nobody filmed the impact of the Great Meteor over in the Gulf of Mexico. There you go. That's where it was, if you didn't know.
But it's super interesting, everybody, and you should look it up afterwards. I'm sure you'd enjoy it.
I certainly think I would. Spark, not enjoying that one. Falcons pushed aside. Step out. We're heroic. And we're here to play. I'm Walsh. I've got 2 limbs already. It's not even stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons make a bad decision by heading down towards Sodnok for the first time as well. You know, the reason this is a bad decision from Falcons is actually very easy to explain. And it's one I don't think a team in PMSL should be making. Is that, number one, Navi's not in the game. Therefore, Sosnovka is open. Number 2, we've had 2 plane paths very similar to this one before. So you would assume on the 3rd count of plane paths, there's already a team that's probably taken up military base that's already been dropping there. For Falcons to drop in with little to no knowledge of what's going down and on in that location, as they've not been able to watch back the previous map feeds from today, I would say it's a mistake. Big mistake. Challenging Heroic for that spot is somewhat silly. That's my analysis.
Yeah. I think that tapestry was delightful. I think
Thank you.
it's fair to say.
I've hung it up in front of you all.
Woven with elven thread and alacrity. It's a good word, isn't it? Completely irrelevant, though.
I do like alacrity. It is more or less tuned to being skillful, more tuned to speed at which you'd. I guess there is. There is
think
some
alacrity,
descriptions of deafness in there. I guess.
Yeah, I feel like alacrity is like accurate speed. Ooh,
Yeah.
okay, there's the rundown. That's where he got his limbs.
That
Big
was
spray.
with alacrity.
Mm.
And quite a deft maneuver, you might say. This is just us having a synonym off. Not a cinnamon off.
Oh, that would be good though.
A
I
synonym
choose
off.
buns.
I think I would choose like a cinnamon wrap. You ever had one of those?
My name is Cinnamon, I'm here to say.
No. Not that kind of wrap. Like it's like a cinnamon roll almost. You can make it yourself. It's just like cinnamon sugar. You can drop some Biscoff in there if you like, and then you just chop it up in a wrap, whack it in
Cinnamon
an air fryer or
lattes.
oven. Cinnamon lattes also not bad, but I think highly overrated.
I think you're highly wrong.
Okay, fair enough.
So there. I shall
Yeah.
continue to drink my cinnamon lattes
Feel free. It's up to you.
and guffaw upon your misfortune of not having a cinnamon latte.
Nope, it's not for me.
Hard northwest shift. I think that's what we were going to talk about there. That is a real cinnamon latte sipper at a circle. Because teams are going to have to get that energy on, jump on into the circle, because power flanking up through towards ruins very, very quickly. Team Spirit breaking around Pachinki, trying to take the north areas. You've got apartments, you've got school also coming into the mix. It's going to be an interesting Headshot Hills circle.
It is indeed. Rolling down towards the Headshot Hills. Very open around this location, but there is a few spots to play. Often gets to a point where one team successfully leaves. But the north side of Rostock can play as well, where the river crosses through. So it does make it a little bit more interesting in terms of where these teams would like to go, where they'd like to play. Heroic will need to get a move on, but I'm sure that they've had enough time to loot up plenty of military base and have enough to get going with. IWRX, though, they are waiting silently, clad in shadows, so the eastern side of Ferry Pier, hoping to strike down on Heroic as they pass through, but Heroic has waited long enough, and it looks like IDBNRX is realizing that, damn, we might need to get in vehicles soon.
Could do. To get on the road again. Virtus Pro. They're on the hunt. They're staking out these points. Bazoosa denying them. Being pretty shy and timid on the inside of this compound. But the blue zone, anything but. Bold. Aggressive. Downright mean sometimes. First Pro happy to sit in this one with them. Icy. Ooh, okay. I thought Icy hadn't spotted him, but definitely not the case. The blue zone nearly taking him down. Lucky it's zone 2 here for them, because otherwise that is a guaranteed knock. And an almost certain flash.
Let's take a look at the map then, for the time being. Black Esports over towards that northeast side. Rotating potentially to the northern edge of the river. But we are heading into towards stage 3 very soon. So I think most teams will have to make a decision on where they'd like to play at some point. It is amusing to me that so much of Ruins is left completely free. It's only really Power that's thought about heading towards that way, though I imagine it will be filled up by Virtus Pro, Zeus, and IDBNRX shortly in the future. Some good shots from IDBNRX, but not before they are completely dismantled by very simple spray from Darkin. Yeah, that's... I don't like this circle. This circle is so unfun for a lot of teams. Heads over towards the northwest side once again, but more importantly, encases that island around the river.
For me, it's a question of who gets control of Sunken right now, because it is a little bit open. I think it's safe to say nobody really controlling it. Team Spirit have started to make their way there. Power, I think, may creep along, but they could hold the 2-2 split on the Ruins Castle area. Virtus Pro trying to move in as well on that southwest side. They're going to stop off at the point northwest of Pachinki, grab some supplies along the way, potentially. Let's see what they can get done. 77 trying to move through around School and Apartments. No one really contesting that area. Rozhok as well is packed to the brim with teams.
Yeah, and again, this circle could only hold so many, John. And at some point, these teams will have to figure out a way around this. Team Spirit, though, find themselves in Sunken. Not a bad spot to play at all, I would say, on this circle. Even with options to maneuver their way towards the central island, if it comes to that. This was such a good spray from Darkin as well, in the face of terrible odds as well.
Yeah, he stood in front of that vehicle as well. He was like, I go down here or they do. And in the end, that pays off really well. Nice commit on the spray. Beautiful to see. And Team Spirit, there we go, have started to establish that south side of Sunken. They're going to keep Footballers Chaos as pets on the north with 2 of their players alive. So unlikely that they go for the full fight. The more teams that push into the east side of Sunken, the more dangerous it's going to be for Team Spirit to lose a player, maybe 2. And that's where I think their hold could crumble. So as long as they keep their wits about them to their east as well as their south, they are going to have an okay time.
Shots from 77. Shifu more than likely to be finished off here. Brute Force just bait out their teammate. Sending out towards the side, and finally Furia will finish off Shifu. Zadira, though, deep in enemy lines, could potentially find themselves a pick-off. Remember, Magnum is further into the circle. Limbo Boom ahead. They just need this swipe over towards Freezer. And the rest of Brute Force catch them and graze them with the claws, but it's not meant to be as Brute Force quickly swings wide of them.
Circle about to touch and reveal its next plans. As treacherous as they've been so far off that northwest shift, goes out to the east. And this, I think, is probably one of the better shifts. I mean, maybe a little bit further south would have been nicer, but Sunken now no longer that centerpiece of the circle. It's going to be a little bit more terrain-based. It's going to be nasty for the teams in Rozhok. They're going to have a tough time. All going to get more and more compressed as time goes on. And in general, there's a lot of open space. I think we're going to see teams like Nigma Galaxy having a very good time here. Not too many ways that teams can approach them from pretty much any angle at this point, Blank. There's 4 players alive there too.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot for Enigma Galaxy at all. It's one of the favourite spots for a lot of teams to play in that position. It can be crashed though. It's one of the few positions that actually can be crashed in this area, but will provide sanctuary for Enigma Galaxy going forward. Team Spirit still have a strong spot down towards Sunken. But with this circle, it does feel like eventually we might be leaving out of Rozhok. It's a little bit uncertain on the ground that this is going to end on as well, John. So a lot of teams just looking to try and clear out the teams around them in the meantime. But yeah, so many squads having to fight, brawl. Zeus versus Virtus Pro here.
Fishgate running around, a Nox player on the inside, and he's not going to pay too much attention to that. Instead, more concerned with the rest of Zeus. Nade in, the rest of Virtus Pro moving further, moving deeper into the circle because they've got to deal with power as well. They can't fully commit, and they're kind of leaving one player on the inside to deal with everything. Taking a knock onto Virtus Pro, they want to rally around it, but it's going to be difficult. Zeus getting the res, looking to try and pick all 4 of their players back up. Maniac, this is stage 4. You need to get closer to the circle, but it's not going to work out. Can't get into the vehicle and will not outrun the blue zone, leaving a player behind, but they already spent so much time trying to get him back up.
It is painful here. Twisted Minds though as well, taking shots over towards Heroic, who somehow make it towards that central island. I don't know how they quite made it there. And a great play from 77 to take down Brute Force. Incredibly done. Well, that was a 3v4, so they do get their revenge over towards Brute Force for removing Shifu. In the meantime, Team Spirit taking shots over towards Power as they attempt to parkour their way through ruins.
Trovo 2030 still sequestered away. I don't think 77 want to take this fight. This Team Spirit still holding the south side of Sunken. Set to sink several supposed teams who could slither their way in on the south.
'77 slowly making their way up towards the hills that sit towards their north.
Ooh.
Almost into stage 5 now. Nomi takes a heavy hit from Virtus Pro and will send away. I think it's much more useful for Team Spirit right now to have 4 players, especially if they're to make the rollout from Sunken City.
Next circle. Encroaching. Twisted Minds pushing in from the north. It's a difficult transition, but luckily there's not too many teams with threat over towards that angle. Enigma Galaxy happy. The northern shore, whilst it looks tempting, I don't think it's playable. I think all of the playable terrain is actually just cut out by this. As on the south, there we go. Nomi actually returns out, and he wants more. He's just going to roll straight on through. And was that... How many players of Virtus Pro were alive there? I was looking at the map feed, and then I just clocked that Nomi kind of just wiped the whole of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, the entirety of Virtus Pro is now gone. I don't know how, but there you go.
Look away for a second, and Nomi's back on the road again. Just can't stop him.
He is crazy good at the game. Heroic, though, find their way over towards Sunken City, but not before the dregs. Some other teams have made their way in. Heroic will go down to 2. Despite that, it has been a fairly decent approach, but they don't seem too happy with the way that it's gone down.
Team Spirit, I don't think they have the time to fight through Sunken City at this stage. They're just going to have to try and get ahead. Do they crash onto Enigma Galaxy here? That's a really difficult choice. Moving in to take the fight with Zeus and 77 as well. A difficult choice to make. I will be surprised if they can transition to the roadside here, because this is a very, very tough bit of terrain. A lot of open ground between Rozhok and the compound that Enigma Galaxy hold.
Power. Moving up, it's just for down left now. A nade from Jafar might be sealing his fate. Signing the contract that sends him on to the next game. Molly around the side, just causing problems for him. He attempts to find a way in, but it's becoming more and more unlikely.
Nice.
And a great nade off the side from Jafar once again will find Fadan. Very, very well played there from Heroic. Team Spirit realizes they need to get gone. They need to move up towards the north side of the map. Twisted Minds, in fact, having the bank here is quite impressively strong for them, as there's not a lot of other teams. In fact, there is no teams over towards the northern side of the map. Twisted Minds hold great amount of space here.
But where did Team Spirit go? There is very little room, very little space, so they have to crash onto where Zeus are currently playing. They've got 77 on the south side who can take shots on their rollout. Matic low, but he stays alive for a moment longer. It's Enigma Galaxy now under pressure. Kitsune's down out in the open, and they roll around to the north side. Nomi second to fall. Matic still just about alive, and on the top floor they got two to worry about. He's down, and it's effect to try and keep things going for Team Spirit, but I don't think it's too likely. One falls, and it's a quick clip on the ankles there, and Enigma Galaxy stay alive, but can Twisted Minds move in? Can 77 try and careen on through? Fireflux, they're a third party. It's not going to happen for them, but Heroic may be able to just get a little bit of this.
Dear me. Twisted Minds going hell for leather over towards Heroic. Kevin, though, able to hold them off for the time being. Enigma Galaxy inside the building, and Kevin still going strong after his last game, being able to put up 1,000 damage. Now seeks to do more in this match. Enigma Galaxy just falling. That is Heroic out. A great Molotov. Honestly, a very, very good push from Twisted Minds. They realize they need some kind of real estate going to the end game, and this was a perfect opportunity for them.
He's hiding in the corner. They don't know he's there. He catches one. Is he going to get the confirm? Looks like it's good for it. Snowex fades away back into the upstairs room. As they start to pull pins on nades. Lord knows. And up he goes. Backroom naded out. They've isolated. They know he is on the upstairs. They've heard these steps. Adrenaline shot being found. Doran. Really nice little hop up there to try and get a tag, but Zadira now up into the side. Doran goes down. Snowex still on the warpath. Twisted Minds are getting slowly picked off one by one, but there is that off angle. Robs is going to have a little bit of a chance to take down Snowex, but he's back onto the top floor. Lord's cooking a nade. A jump out now. He goes across. He managed to stand on the ledge, but it's the off angle Robs who's able to keep him alive, and Lord is saved by Robs on the off. Now 6 teams remaining. All of those teams over in Roshok are biding their time. They're waiting it out. Twisted Minds, they've transferred to the south coast in the meantime.
It is surprising that Twisted Minds were not able to get more players in through here. And I mean, Kevin as well as Enigma Galaxy certainly showed up to be a bit more of a trouble than they expected. With Snowex doing a good amount of work here, and 77 now find themselves in a situation where they could potentially capitalize. Lovely nade from Zadira. Does take down Lord. Magnum spots another on the outside. Doran's incredibly low, and that nade just sidles in a little bit close to the garage. Would have taken Doran out if it had been slightly off towards the left-hand side.
He's got springs in his heels as Doran. He hops across the open mouth of the garage, nearly even lands a shot with a pump action, but a bank on the nade, and he hops through it. Doran, okay, finally is going to get taken down there. Rightly so. Magnum able to pick that up, and it's Rob still on the outside. Fireflux, Trovo 2030, and Vibes on the east edge. Again, looking to try and keep this one going, but the open ground that sits between them is the major barrier here. And I think Zeus, being on the outside of the building, may have one of the better times of actually accessing this, because everybody else is locked in, all their Vibes, who are right now having a real tough time of it.
Very tough time of it. I mean, Trovo 2030, he's not done too badly, but they've had the safety of cover over towards that eastern side for a long, long time. I'd like to see 77 make it through on this western side, though, because they have had a troublesome game thus far, yet I've been able to weather every single moment of it quite well, and that's a lovely name from Zadira to bring them up to 10 eliminations, clearing out the majority of this western side. Only Robs remains.
It was a game of last one in to that compound on the west side to decide who was going to take control of it. Twisted Minds, they thought they had the last bid, but it was not to be. 77 were able to pincer and do so effectively, but they're only on 2. Trovo 2030 have 4, but again, they're on the edge of Roshok. They have to leave their building soon.
That is difficult. difficult for all teams here. 77 even more so, though. They could send over towards the loot crate. That is a potential. They still have not got rid of Robs, and he is definitely the scariest target on this western side. Though for Trovo 2030 with the 4 players, it would be pretty brutal for them not to win this game.
With only the 1 elimination as well, going out here would mean that they get very minimal points for their position, which is, in general, very strong. The circle is just outside of Rozhok, but 77 going to have to leave as well. So the zone's going to close fairly soon. You can see Fireflux looking to take control of the coastal rotation. If they can get rid of the last player on vibes, they do have access to that, and that could be a difference maker.
Could be.
And he's in the circle, right? Mazzaro, if that position gets taken, Fireflux have a transition point.
Yeah, you're right. But they are trying to clear him. I think they know of his location as well. Rolls might look to pin another elimination point on the board as well, though. He switches back down towards the bank. 77 somewhere. I don't know how Zadira did that, but Trovo 2030 did not react at all. Tell, though, is on the side. He might just be... might just have a good enough angle over towards Zadira, but him being able to place himself that far forward is fairly impressive, John.
And the nades from Magnum really could cause a lot of trouble for Trovo. 5 more in the back pocket, and there's nades from Fireflux as well. They've seen this. They've shunted forwards into their buildings. Another nade over the top. That's going to do a little bit more. No, it's just a Molotov. A nade there would have been perfect over to Yusuf. Magnum under fire now from Lux. Has to dodge away, but can't quite get out of it. Is that a self-rundown? No, Magnum is going to go out there as they roll on over. Trovo 2030 able to keep it going, but Lux gets the spray down onto Marcelo. Zadira with a long nade here, up and into the sky, but the arc is short, does do damage, but not enough to convert. The rotation, the breakout, and it's good for a knock onto Cattell. The one goes down, and it's 2 players on the inside. Ragnarok up next. Zadiro's eating good.
There's some crazy shots from Zadira. Now on is lonesome. Versus the rest of the lobby, but making them look like fools here. From a position on this south side, loot crate off towards his northwest, should he need to retreat. Mazzaro clutching a grenade in his hand over towards the north side for his dear life.
It is very tricky stuff. Lux. I mean, you've got to get off the roof at some point. Might as well be soon. Has the tree cover, will drop down. Doesn't even take any damage, so a nice little hop over. Ketch puts a nade over towards Trovo 2030. Big knock to pick up there onto Ragnarok. That's going to slow them down a lot. Robs should have an angle, but he's worried about Fireflux. Once they descend a little bit, once he sees this roller, he steps up, he takes the sprays on Trovo.
Mazzaro realistically should have kept the nade in his hand for this roll-up. And another good shot from Zadira will finish off Trovo 2030. Practically a 1v4 on his hands there. And now down to Robs, Fireflux, and Zadira. 77 have come so far in this match from that southeast side after being troubled by brute force for so long.
Twisted Minds with their last player standing. 1 nade in hand. Scarface cooking. It's a cook-off. The Robs without a grill. Zadira now stands against Fireflux. A Lone Ranger. 13 eliminations for 77 so far. 3 players to deal with. They are sat on opposite sides of this circle as it closes on in. It's going central. It's going to go fast. There's a rock ahead, but Fireflux should just be able to clean this one up. They just play those angles. They force Zadira to take an unfortunate peek, and yeah, I think this is the right play. You take that second place, go for a shot, maybe, but it's denied, and they actually give the point over. But Fireflux going to be happy with that. I think 77 will be pretty happy with that as well, but it is Fireflux to leave Rozhok late, and they will be able to find everything they're looking for outside in the open, grassy pastures of Erangel for a last time in Week 2.
Yeah, I think if he's Zadira there, it's more a case of like waiting, and then as soon as he sees Fireflix driving out in the open, he understands, all right, I've got second place. There's no way they'd be making these crazy maneuvers if it wasn't the fact that it's just me and one other team now. So very, very well played to Zadira. Honestly, for 77, this was an incredible game overall. And from start to finish, some very, very troublesome moments in there that they were able to make their way through. They lost a couple of mates on the way. A couple of friends fell on the path to the 13 eliminations. But the baton was consistently passed on until it met Zadira's hand, and he happily took it all the way to the finish line.
They will go almost all the distance as well. Heroic, they had a pretty decent elimination count. Team Spirit, they tried a pretty wild roll-up. It was onus on them to make a play, but they just didn't have any viable options, really. I think potentially they could have tried to sweep through Sunken a little bit earlier. As soon as they saw that it was all the way on the west side, you know you need access to the east to try and transition out of that area. They really didn't have access to that late enough, though, and will go down on that rotate, that approach to the Enigma Galaxy compound that ended up going over to, wasn't Twisted Minds, it was 77, right? Who were able to clean that one through and do very, very well. In fact, topping the tables on the points with 13 eliminations, they are 19 points.
Yeah, I think for Fireflix, it was a very passive game, to say the least. And they really only had one significant rotation, which was down towards Mozoro. But other than that, the game just slowly falls into their hands, which is absolutely fine. That's fine. But an interesting game nonetheless. Like I said, Heroic, really good rotations for them. Again, for the last game on our angle, it was a case of making an incredible northern rotate and east wrap. But look at this, 77, clearly ahead of everyone else in this game. Everyone else was just playing by the numbers, waiting the game out, but it was 77 making the hard decisions and taking the hard engagements. And that leads Zadira to get 1,500 damage on the match. A whopping huge number there for him, which he'll be very happy with.
I think that's more than most other teams in this game, if not all of them, right? Just on his own. And I mean, when you talk about 77, you do say Zadira quite a lot, I have to say, and definitely showing that today.
It's incredible from Zadira. I think he has stepped up a lot in the past, and it's interesting because Shifu used to be the guy that we'd be praising all the time, but now it's more often than not Zadira who we talk about. A really, really fantastic player over on the side of 77. And I do want to see them do a little bit more, and it feels like they're becoming a bit more comfortable. It's just tactically seemed a little bit of a struggle for them at times, John.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see the maturation of this team, right? That is, again, what we generally like to track, what we like to look at over the course of these 3 to 4 week tournaments, is seeing how these teams can develop, because it is so interesting to see the changes, how they shape up. Speaking of shaping up, we're going over to the tables here. You can see 262 points, a 62-point gap between Team Spirit and Heroic with 4 matches left to play. Very unlikely that Heroic can breach that, although it's possible, as Heroic have now pushed past dead on to, rather, the 200-point barrier, which is a very, very strong result coming on through, despite Team Spirit being out in front. This is the sort of place that Na'Vi were at last week, right? Like, it's an incredible kind of sight to see that be second place at this stage, but that's where we are. That's the world we live in.
Yeah, Heroic's made a decent run. I mean, 50 points on average each day is a really fantastic result for Heroic, and it's not the team that I expected to see up there. So well done to them. Heading down towards our second page. All very similar in terms of scoring here for absolutely everyone. I think people are starting to get a good read of the lobby, but it's just a case of some teams are pulling slightly further ahead just in terms of that skill. So it's very hard to really see who is not doing so great, not doing so hot. I think there's only really 3 teams here down towards the bottom, and Team Falcons, Footballers, Chaos, and Guild, who continue to make mistakes. But even so, these are not terrible scorings from these squads.
No, 16th place last week was 96 points at the end of the tournament, and now we're already up to 104, which is also very, very interesting. 20th place last week was 60 points for Guild, and they've already got 72 on their matches that they've been able to get. So in general, it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see where those points are carved out from, because they've got to come from somewhere. They're not. There's no more points in general added to the lobby this week. So Who's losing out? Well, we'll have to wait and see because we've got 2 more matches left to play. We're going over to Miramar next. But first, we've got to have a quick break. We've got to grab some water, stay hydrated before we get into the desert because it is hot, 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 and it is heating up even more, I'm sure. We'll see you there. We're going to the desert now as we head to Miramar. We are ready to go yet again here at the PMSL EMEA, and we shall see if Team Spirit can recoup from their previous matches. Again, getting fairly late into that game, but not getting a huge amount of points. And now this is the second game today where they haven't had a big bumper win or a big bumper game of points. So a little bit of a slowdown, but still a massive lead. Let's take a look at our top teams on Miramar. This time around, Na'Vi topping the tables, not going to be playing today. They've already had all 4 of their game days this week, so we won't be seeing them here entering the battlefield. But 77 on this table, that's got to be pretty intimidating given how they've been playing so far today.
Yeah, I mean, so far it is quite insane. I mean, 77 being able to get himself further up the tally right now. It is weird that average damage 1,490 is still highlighted compared to 1,511 from 77, though.
True.
I think that is wrong.
Yes, perhaps the system was a little bit broken. What's interesting, though, is that the average placement points coming through is a dead heat between Fireflux and Virtus Pro. I find that to be a curious quirk of what's happened from them.
Yeah, that's tough to make work. And also, there's a second difference in survival time. That is so curious. Not seen that before.
And curious. A fairly dead heat between Fireflux and Virtus Pro on those metrics, but still those are our 5 top performing teams on Miramar as we take a look at the ticket sales that you guys could potentially be taking part in. You can see down there, just below Blank, he's looking at it right now. He's going to be looking at that QR code in order to get a 40% early bird discount for the PMGC tickets later on this year. That will be in London, in the Excel Centre, in, of course, the United Kingdom. It's my home country, Blank's home country as well, and we are excited to welcome you all.
Me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. That's totally my bad. That's on me. Yeah, we'd absolutely love for you guys to come over and check out a load of these teams that potentially could be qualifying for those finals, because we've got 11 teams from this very tournament. That's right, going to be going to PMGC. We've got 1 team as a host invites spot as guild. We've got 4 teams qualifying from the PMGC points situation. We're going to have 6 other teams as well potentially qualifying from the finals spots on this tournament. Getting to the finals means that in general you're going to see 6 of those teams not making it in, but over half of our rosters that you see on screen in these matches will be seen in the league stages.
Wow. Wow.
What if, like, we got, like, points, man, and, like, we got so many points, man? Wouldn't that be so good?
You ever think about how in the shower everything's getting water on it? You know what I mean?
Oh,
man.
You know when your hand's wet and your other hand is wet, but then you touch your hands together? Which hand is getting the other hand wet?
True, bro. What the hell, man? Yeah, so I'm currently right now in a bit of a daze. I'm not sure what's happening with them.
Yeah.
But they are dazed.
And confused, some might say. I'll tell you what's not dazed and confused. It's the raw processing power of the Infinix GT20 Pro. With the dual chipset and 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA. I'm seeing headphones on heads. I'm seeing in-ears in ears. And that is where they should be. It's the appropriate spots for them all as our players load into the lobby.
Yeah, man. Heading over towards our 2 Miramars for the end of the day. We do have a slight delay before we head into the match. As always, you know, we are providing the best matches of all time, but we are delayed, usually. And that's okay. Stillness
from Ralph on the end. Oh, no, he's moved.
You made a move. That's your fault. You did that.
That is my bad, actually. I'm so sorry.
You're bad.
I apologize profusely.
Who do you think is going to win?
Who do I think? This match, specifically?
Yeah, I'm asking you to do a prediction. We've not done one of these in about 8 years.
Oh yeah, well, like a pre-match prediction where we're just supposed to see the future.
Yep.
Yeah. We started to transition to the stage 5 predictions, which is a lot more relevant, I think. But you know who I'm predicting?
What?
Why don't you predict who I'm predicting?
Power.
Wrong.
Who?
Vibes.
Okay, I predict power.
Purely based on the vibes.
I predict power.
Okay. One for
As
power,
they
one
are
for vibes.
super powerful.
That is true.
Look at this map, though. Damn!
Oh, yeah.
Plane.
What a plane! So green.
See that as well underneath? That is the Great Wall that blocks out the textures on the other side of the map, which are a little bit weird.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Thank you.
You're not allowed to see those. Stop looking.
Stop looking. You may only see the wall.
You're not allowed. You're not allowed to see that.
What happens if you fly at it? You hit an invisible wall.
I imagine there's an invisible wall.
I hate invisible walls.
I generally drop fairly central, so I don't really come into contact with that.
I drop Campo Militare and Torre Armada on this circle.
Really? On this circle? What circle?
Oh, on this plane path. On this plane path,
Okay.
I would drop Campo Militare, Torre Armada, or I would drop Viademar.
I might go Minas Generalis. I feel like I like
Really?
that spot. Yeah, it's fun.
You're crazy.
Yeah, why not? Get stuck in.
I don't do
just
that.
go to Picado and have a standoff for 20 minutes, because that's fun.
Yeah, I like to be out the way. I like to rely on my tactical skill as opposed to my mechanical skill, as it's not what
That's
it
true.
once was. Not what it once was.
Oh,
I'm an old man now. My
decrepit.
sword swing is not as strong as it once was. Not decrepit, what the hell?
What? I don't say that.
I could still hold my own.
Your own what?
Fight.
Your own fight. Okay.
Yes.
Who's the undercard?
What?
On your own fight.
Hold my own.
I'm throwing words at you in a bamboozling attempt, and I feel I have succeeded.
Yeah, you
in that pursuit.
discombobulated me by being
I
weird.
discombobulate. I gave you cross to left cheek. Discombobulate. I hit you with it.
This must not register on an emotional level. It has, though.
Counter and deploy elbow block.
Like elbow block. Punch to left rib. Disable solar plexus. Prognosis. Ability to spit it back of head.
Neutralize.
Unlikely. Neutralize. So good. So good.
What a
Watched
lie.
that recently, actually.
Did you? You rewatched it?
Yeah.
Did you watch the second one?
I didn't. I was going to, but
Okay.
basically, I was flicking through and I was like, "There's nothing to watch." And then I saw it come up, and I was like, "Oh, I want to watch that. I've not seen that in a while."
You were so combobulated, and then you were like, "Oh man,
Oh
I
man,
could really go for some discombobulate right about."
I could really go some discombobulate. Sherlock Holmes, if you're wondering what we're talking about.
Yeah, Robert Downey Jr.
Specifically, yes, specifically Robert Downey Jr.
And Jude Law.
And Jude Law,
Yeah.
a
Playing
man.
Dr. John Watson.
Yeah, Jude Law was like, I think when I was younger, people would say Jude Law, and I was like, oh, female actor. I was like, that's not how that works. For some reason, that name always registered to me as
Well, you know,
a female actor.
Hey Jude.
Yeah, I think that's maybe where it came from. Like in my youth, I'd heard that song, and I was like,
That's like
oh.
short for Judy, right?
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, as soon as I saw him, though, I was like, that is a handsome man, and I think Jude Law does suit him.
He's a devilish looker. What can you say?
He is. He is.
Unfortunately,
Pulls it off.
his role as Dumbledore not as celebrated.
Wait, what?
He plays the young Dumbledore in Fantastic Beasts.
Jude Law. Dumbledore. Jude
And it-
Dumbledore.
And it rhymes, which is very pleasing. How are you feeling about that? I feel like I've upset you by pointing out that he did work.
No, I actually like it. I don't know why people are upset about that.
It's less about him. He's quite good, but more about the script. And,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I think he looks like he pulls off a mean Dumbledore.
Yeah, I think he's got the vibe. He's a little bit more active. People are slightly critical of the wardrobe choices that they went for him.
No.
In
I
general,
think, you have to be like an old wizard before you can start pulling off like the robes and stuff, though, right?
see, this is the thing. He's already not a young wizard in this story.
Yeah, he's like a middle-aged wizard. I don't think he's robes wizard ready though.
The issue is he's like 5 years apart from when he goes to see Tom Riddle in the orphanage. At this point in the story, or like not like 5 years, but like he's like quite close.
Right, I see.
So he's already like well into that transition phase, you know.
Well, maybe that's when he picked up the rope.
To old codger. He's been described as being about 150 during the events of the main storyline of Harry Potter. However, there was people did some calculations and decided that he is, I think, like 110 during the stories.
No, that's rubbish.
But his vibe is like 150, you know.
That sucks. I feel like he should be older.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Anyway,
Dumbledore.
that's a deep dive into the Jude Law of Dumbledore.
Jude Dumbledore.
No. Wrong.
Yes. Very good. Enjoy.
Yeah.
We should probably talk about the game though. It's like
It's been quite quiet.
Nothing's happened, to be fair.
It has been quite
You
quiet.
haven't
It's been
missed
quite
anything.
a kind circle. Los Leones is a centerpiece on this circle, which I think is probably the most important part of this. So the hills to the north of Los Leones are going to be fairly treacherous into Stage 2. But Stage 2 is the largest percentage shrink on the circle that we're going to see. So it could potentially really change up the dynamics of this.
Oh, Cattell, don't be doing that. Get yourself off the rock. Yeah, I mean, down towards the south side is always a little bit awkward just because there's so much open ground. This can move over towards, and then few places where there's a little bit of high ground to mess around with, to muck around with, John. IDBNRX, though, finding Fireflux. It's not a good start. I feel like I've said Fireflux so much recently, it's like lost meaning in my mouth. The words turn to ash. Oh no! Falcons killing Team Spirit once again. I think
Yes,
Team
indeed.
Spirit, they've finally lost some of that mojo.
They
They're
don't
wearing
need
off.
it anymore. They don't need any more
Come
of it.
on,
Like they've
man.
got
They need more
62-point
points.
lead.
They
They've
need more
got
points.
a fairly
More points.
guaranteed spot qualifying to PMGC with the
PMGC
Europe points.
needed now.
Yeah. Because Virtus Pro might overtake them,
Yeah.
despite being 150 points behind on these tables, whilst also being behind in general. I think that's a bad time. I don't think they're going to make it work. Twisted Mind taking nades from Zeus on the southeast side. The circle will be coming in about 15 to 20 seconds. Before that touches, though, it looks like Robs has a challenge. The nade blasts the door off its hinges, but Darkin closes it in time to stop the damage going through, which is potentially a little bit more important. A nice cook time there, but Robs reads it, puts the pin back, and Darkin makes his way forwards. That's a beautiful bouncer from Rita in through the window. Ooh, that is brutal. I love the sound, though. The silencer on the auto shot. Gaseous.
Yeah.
That's certainly the ka-chunk of the DBS, though.
It is nice. It is always nice to hear. Twisted Minds over on this northeast side, having a horrible time of it. But just Doran left all on his lonesome in a little house, watching his enemies disappear into the distance. Nothing he can do about it either. Circle moves it towards that north side. sitting along the graveyard valley. Always horrid to play around here, by the way. Too many sight lines, in my opinion. Too many sight lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Indubitably.
2
Team
more
Spirit.
games of the week, by the way. Isn't that crazy?
That is kind of crazy. We're almost at the end of week 2.
I know.
That's wild.
Ooh, it's been a long week.
Certainly has. We're gonna have another week next week, though.
Ha! That's so good.
Team Spirit being in the middle of this crater. I mean, we're just on board with them. I mean, it feels like they could actually do quite well, given how central this circle is. I imagine this is a top 5 for them. But beyond that, I don't know how well they're going to be able to move out of the buildings in the middle of the circle. In general, the teams playing around the ridge lines will just keep you in there, locked in, and there's no real way out. It's just a question of how long can you survive and how many points can you extract from the teams peeking you.
Yeah. So, again, it's always very tough playing on this side of the map, in my opinion. I think Team Spirit and 3 place themselves in as best of a spot as possible to ensure their safety for a few more circles yet, because they don't really want to make too many more rotates in that time. But they are at the mercy of the circle. That's exactly what they are. They're at the mercy of the circle, John. IWNRX underneath Lavandita, and first product to make a hard rotate over towards that eastern side, actually forming up on the ridge side that sits towards the east of Ministerialis.
Brute force moving out around Picardo, trying to take oversight towards Heroic, who in turn are kind of going to have a tough time of leaving Picardo. But again, it's this circle decision, because of course it could just slap straight onto Picardo and go for a third for 3 of these urban environment finishes. But going over to Team Spirit and towards Falcons as well. On that west ridgeline around the crater, there's a lot of plateaus, but there's also a lot of capability for teams to get in and amongst it, to sneak their way through. So for Falcons, this hold on the ridgeline is very important.
Very, very important. For Team Spirit, though, incredible. I mean, they're very happy with this. Falcons off towards their west side, though. I actually really like that ridge side that they are playing, though. It does take a little bit of finesse to hold on to versus some of the other squads inside the circle. I mean, I'd like to see Heroic make a move out from Picardo and actually head down towards the southeast and try and wrestle it off them. But we'll see, as there is still 16 teams in the lobby, and that could get messy very quickly in terms of third-party potential.
It's going to be difficult to make your way through, I think, on this western side. And this ridge line, this ridge on the crater takes up a lot of the space in this circle, Blank. I would say probably a good 20% of this circle is inside the crater. And at the moment, only Team Spirit can take up residence there. It isolates a lot of these positions. The rest of it, of course, also an element there is Picardo, which takes probably another 10% of the circle. So you're looking at over a quarter of the circle kind of isolated and unplayable at this stage. Lost the owners as well, had a little bit in there. Teams are going to suffer as the positions become very, very limited.
Yeah, for a lot of teams, that's going to be the case where this circle starts to group back up again. This is one of the few areas on the map where it is really difficult to play, but it does isolate a lot of fights to themselves, considering the way that we have the land push up and down, undulate a little bit. The topography definitely lends itself to isolating engagements. Vibes, though, the prediction, John, you're getting beaten down.
Ooh, I don't think I predicted vibes. I'm pretty sure I didn't do that. Didn't happen.
As you say, sir. As you say.
Yes. Pretty sure I predicted the winner on this one, actually.
That's
so
right.
Whoever
That's
wins,
true.
that's who I predicted.
Absolutely.
I use my powers of retcon.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's some crazy
Eight over.
powers.
Big bang. Second. Good bounce.
Oh,
Not gonna be
that's
needed, though.
depressing.
The vehicle goes up in flames, and with it, vibes. Just Weiss remains. Very, very sad. What are Power doing? What is your prediction doing? They're on the south side.
What was my
They're
prediction
doing?
doing? Yeah, they're not doing
Better
too bad.
than Weiss.
I mean, again, this is a complete stab in the dark at the start of the game, so I'm taking no credit for the fact that they're still in the game right now.
Yeah, well.
Stab in the dark sometimes can hit cheese. That's what I'm looking for, by the way, when I stab in the dark.
I guess.
But agree. Oh, I stabbed some brie. That's awesome. I'll have that
Wait,
for
how
myself.
can you tell? It's soft.
Soft, yeah.
Uh-oh. It's a nighttime raclette.
Oh god, that's messy.
Got to be careful there. It's melty.
That's horribly messy.
It's hot as well. You can't burn yourself. Well, you can.
Honestly,
you shouldn't.
Some raclettes are awesome. Some of them, I think they use the wrong cheese.
I mean, raclette. Yeah, you definitely need the right sort of cheese. It's cheese diff a lot of the time.
Yeah, pretty sure that is just. Let me. Like this. Sometimes the show becomes. Yeah. Podcast.
From Dumbledore to Gorgonzola, Virtus Pro try and discombobulate over the top of the ridgeline, and that was a real rise up and over. Virtus Pro just completely claim that ridgeline. 3 of them just go wham, take everyone down and go right. We're done. Back. Very coordinated. Looked clean for Virtus Pro.
It did. I'll just send you something.
Have you?
Yeah.
Is it raclette?
Yes.
It's raclette. Oh yeah. Oh yes.
The best part of this on the website, this is a grill, but it comes with the raclette.
Come, you get the cheese as well.
You get the cheese as well.
Oh my god.
Yeah. You buy the grill and get some cheese. I was like, that's crazy.
How much is it?
Like 90 quid. Quite expensive actually.
Okay. What sort of cheese?
Peak raclette.
Peak raclette.
That's all it says.
Hey yo man, this is some peak raclette.
What does it say? Non, ne chauffe pas, même à fond, très étonnant. Déçu.
Bless you.
Pretty sure the last bit is incorrect.
Oh yeah. You nailed it.
Does not heat up even thoroughly, very and too slow. Disappointed.
Uh-oh, the reviews are bad. Consumer watchdogs, get on that.
Déçu. Yeah, I was correct. Cool. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I was like, this sounds a lot like Desu from Japanese. Is that am I wrong?
Oh,
Yeah.
Desu.
Desu.
Oh.
Bloody Desu.
Oh, a bit of Desu there.
Anyway.
Falcons, very good compound right now. Over to the west of the Team
Pog.
Spirit crater. They are towards the middle of the circle. They've got control of their warehouse area. Very strong potential for runouts as well. The hills to the south, I'm looking at the ridgeline that Fireflux are currently suffering on. If 77 transition up there, I'm also going to be hoping that they can get a good game to close out one of the last 2 games of the day. That's a big nade from Doran. A dunk down and a knock and a flush. Big
Well
value.
by himself as well.
Yes, no, he doesn't need anyone else. Just his trusty grenade.
The singular one. You can throw some Molotovs in though, which is fair enough.
Less than trusty.
It's
You can't you know what they say? Never trust a Molotov.
burning. burning. Burning.
They're hitting them with the burn yawn.
That's
The
right.
yearn.
Beyond. Does shift over towards that eastern side though. Cut
That is
down
true.
the center. Like a big round wheel
Like-
of cheese.
Yeah, that's true. You got to split it carefully. You don't want to create some weird cracks down the middle. Get your palm knives out.
I'm hungry for cheese.
Ooh, he's cheesing it up.
I've been
Furia.
cheesed.
Furia, looking to make some
Furia.
Furia plays
Stop it, Blank. Furia.
for brute force. Furia!
Furia.
I said Furia! You cease.
You will listen, Furia.
You will respect Furia and brute force on the northwest side.
Okay, I understand.
as they're looking for the Edam holes in the circle to try and get their way through.
Football is chaos. Got Storm here, looking over towards Black Esports, but I think Football is chaos in a bit of a difficult spot in the circle on this northwest side. I mean, they really only have a couple of routes to play, and if they do cross over towards the other side of this ridge, yeah, they'll have Team Spirit to deal with in the future.
Footballers Chaos looking to crash on down and breach into the circle. They're going to be grating up against the Team Spirit hold. Heroic. Ooh. Okay, they've taken 2 knocks on Heroic. Brute Force are rolling on down. Like a wheel of cheese, chased by madmen. It's dangerous, but it's going to work out for them. They've had a great time there. Heroic swept aside, and now Brute Force looking to transition. 1 knock, 2 knock. Lewis is there to light them up. They melt under the pressure.
Yeah, good shots from Lewis. And now a Molotov to be sent down. A little bit short though. Does not find free. Okay. That was like a domino effect there. One steps up, gets headshot. The other gets headshot for stepping up again. But no retribution over towards Falcons on this west side. Just waiting through for stage 6. Coming soon, actually.
They've been hiding for so long, Team Spirit. They're going to have to pick their time carefully. What they've had to do, and I think this is the only play they can really make, is allow the teams on this northeast side of their crater to move around them, and they are clashing pretty furiously now on the western side. There's Black Esports and Falcons both taking knocks. Lewis exposed, but not quite going to be reached with the nade there. Ragnar back on up to give cover to his reviving teammate. Nades pouring through from Black Esports to do the same, but the circle shifts away from both of them. 77 now, with an opportunity to push Trovo 2030 aside. Team Spirit, they're going to allow these teams to get ahead of them, then try and crash through them once they have regrouped to their south.
Yeah, tough battle for a lot of these teams going forward. For Enigma Galaxy, though, moving over towards the eastern side, it's not so bad. For Falcons, though, they need to make a quick adjustment, but this fight between them and Black Esports will need to conclude. And right now, Black Esports, they do have the high ground, which is the major difference here. Falcons using smokes to get nice and close.
Creating themselves some cover, as temporary as it may be, as fleeting as it may appear, will be their only hope. As Hope hops into the monster truck. And they get a little bit closer to the circle. And a little bit closer to Footballer's Chaos. Shots over, but answered. Neither player getting a knock. Dissuasion, the name of the game. So they have to move together. Our lead does a lot of damage towards the backlines there, but this is the main fight that we're waiting on to conclude. You've got Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, or rather, Twisted Mind, on the northeast side as well, as IWRX trying to push in on the southeast edge, but it's going to be the roller. Black Esports in the vehicles. Falcons still trying to put pressure on them, but Footballers Chaos cannot hold Black Esports back either.
I mean, this is all over the place. It's very, very tough for a lot of these teams. Black Esports do get in before losing one player. And Falcons are being so passive here, John. You expect them to do a little bit more. They're struggling to find their way in. Finally, Virtus Pro get rid of the thorn that's been in their side for so terribly wrong. Remove it, but in the process lose one of their players to a team on the south.
I don't know if they're going to be able to revive Malloy either, because Icy is right on the edge of the blue and looking to pick it up. Blue zone is moving as well. Teams on this northwest side still have not come into contact And it is the choice to descend into the crater with Team Spirit. Immediately that is spotted, that's picked up on. And they have, again, to force their way back up this cliff and into the fight with Ragnar. Will go down 1 for 1. Spark taken out as well. Black Esports have Pushpick to rely on here. 1 point added, 2 points added, flushed away, added to the tally, but will go down in the process. Black Esports have taken a chunk out of Falcons, and Team Spirit have allowed everybody else to do their dirty work. They can look to transition south now and try and take these fights with scraps of teams.
Yeah, very, very fortunate for Team Spirit, and they can move up towards this ridge side. Realistically, Virtus Pro is the big problem for Team Spirit into the future. 77, though, at 4 players and on the streak that they've been on today, potentially looking for a large game here on Miramar. 5 eliminations thus far.
5 so far. So 5 so far, and how many more to go? For 77, they've got a little divot in the side of the hill that Trovo 2030 sit across on. With the circle that cuts them off, IWNRX and Trovo 2030 likely going to have to fight. Team Spirit is starting to extend their influence now further south, flexing out Matic to try and have a little recce over the west side. Virtus Pro will take shots at Team Spirit if they move too quickly, though, so they need to keep establishing these lines. Hope goes down, and it's going to mean that those western ridge lines are available to try and navigate for.
77 still in that strong position as the circle centers up a little bit more. Boston Team Spirit to edge a little bit further towards that sub side. Enigma Galaxy might need to show their face now, though. And certainly for Trovo 2030, they need to start making a move between them and IWNRX, and they've left this game so long that likely 77 might just be able to get a couple of third parties on towards them if they're careful in their doing so.
Nade over. Yusuf wants to find Zadira. It looks like it might be. No, it's just a little bit long. On target, but wrong distance there. Enigma Galaxy trying to cut off this rotational path, but they're already through. 2-3 players in the vehicle. The double lean out, the double swing through. Pops out, Kine is there, leaving littered IWNRX players behind them in their wake, but it's just off Aloe. Enigma Galaxy for the roll-up. Frozen sprays down, strafes down the hill, and there are 3 players ahead of him that he desperately wants to res. 77 unlikely to flex out, and I don't think Team Spirit have the gumption to go for this wide rotate, but Trovo 2030, can they be a difference maker? They're just slamming straight down the hill. They're getting pulled apart here. This might give IWNRX the opportunity to get 3 players back up in action.
I am pretty surprised by how this has gone down. I mean, Trovo 2030 gets obliterated in the process, but a nice play from IWNRX to side themselves out of the action, allow 77 to take advantage of this. And you're right, they might be able to get 3 players back up again. It is a long shot. Team Spirit, in the meantime, though, they'll take their chances to move across the road. A fantastic move outwards, but football is chaos still in the wings.
Team Spirit. Across the road. Effect. Shifu, spray down. A lot of damage, but wide with the shots. That's uncharacteristic for Effect. They still need to be worried about Footballer's Chaos, because he's certainly going to be able to see Effect. As soon as he crests that ridge, though, you know Kitsune is going to laser him down. Zadira close in the fight. The fact that Shifu doesn't go down there, not good for Team Spirit. They needed to find those shots for IWNRX. They've got 3 players, and they're forcing down the heads of 77. They are under a lot of pressure right now in their central spot.
Yes, they are. I mean, it's unfortunate because so many teams have suddenly come out from the woodworks. I don't think 77 expected this kind of force coming through. They weren't able to quite quickly finish off IWNRX, and if they had, this might have been a different story, being able to set up versus Team Spirit. But again, Team Spirit are not a team to let these small moments go unnoticed as they send immediately across the road. Look now to pressure down to the last 4. Footballers Chaos keeping their heads very out of the action here.
Nade for Kine. Over to Zadira. That looks pretty good. Oh no, it's just a little bit long. Again, they're dribbling past the 77 perimeter and sinking into the quarry. Finally, one bursts right on top of Zadira. Immediately goes for that first aid. And Frozen's nade not going to capitalize. The center of the circle right now, I think, is in control of Team Spirit. But have they spotted Falcons? Do they know? Effect with another chance over towards Shifu, but again whiffs the spray. You cannot be missing these. Not that much. Falconist is spotted by Kitsune, and Team Spirit do now have a line. But Effect just continually whiffing these is not good news.
It is not good news at all. And I mean, he really does need to hit this. And that gives him the opening. I mean, luckily, this is a sandwich situation between them and 77, so it would end up in a 3v3 between them and IWNRX.
The issue right now is that peeking up into 77 for IWNRX puts them squarely silhouetted against the sightlines of Team Spirit, and the same way the other way around, which means that that's what's keeping 77 safe right now. The fight between the other two teams, unless these nades connect, is going to have to pop off first, because they can't peek down fully.
It's a smart move from Team Spirit, though, to move out in a line, as they're closer towards the center of the circle, and they know that these other teams will have to leave. Effect, oh dear me, finally finds at least one of them. They let him stand up for so long here. I think he's as surprised as everyone else. MK14 in the hands, though. Yeah, very well played from Team Spirit. They know the exact angle that they want to come off from here. This is extremely well played.
More nades pouring over to IWNRX. Look at that flank coming on through. The zone is pushing in now. It's creating pressure, and 77 are all still alive. Can they marshal their resources? With IWNRX preoccupied, Zedwolf getting some healing done. The first aid will pop, and now he has to go for the fight. There are no two ways about it. Team Spirit trying to hold off with 3, but they have to be worried about that off angle. Zedwolf steps up, Shifu goes down, and Team Spirit now have a 3 versus 3. Unless Shifu gets picked back up, but the zone is pushing in, and there's no time to go for it. Or is there? Zadira wants to keep it back into control. Effect lobbing these nades underarm. These Molotovs are going to burn it away. A flank around the edge from Effect with no possibility of being peeked from the ridge because of that Molotov, but the res is still going through. Kitsune is down as Magnum strikes first. Matic with the answer. Limbo Boom now with the only player in action as the res comes on in. Kitsune not getting res just yet. Matic with the healings. Effect around the edge. 9 bullets left in the chamber. Has to swap for the UMP, but at close range, it's more than enough. 2 players around the edge, and 1 goes down. Limbo Boom with the last hurdle to cross. Shifu on the backup. Goes for the spray on the down player, but Effect has no ammo. No more hopes. He's out in the blue, and it's 77 to rise from in the middle. And through the chaos, they survive. Time and time again, the sprays do not connect for Effect. And 77 pull it back into control.
Yeah, it's a really stressful game there for Effect, to be honest with you. We absolutely no more ammo left for Effect. We had 9 bullets on the MK12. MK14, sorry, which is nothing. Send shots back across for him. Wild game. Very, very wild game.
Crazy in the end as well. I mean, it felt like Effect wasn't there a little bit, you know? It wasn't the Effect that we know in that final circle. I wanted more from him. I mean, he had 2 blinding opportunities over towards Shifu, and both times he missed the spray. He wasted so much ammo that in the final circle, he didn't have any left to back it up with.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate moment that comes to pass there. And that could have wildly changed the result of that final circle. You're absolutely right, John. But there you go. 77 found themselves the chicken dinner. Wonderfully done as well.
Yeah, that was really well held. And the fact that 77 took a knock as well from IWNRX and potentially were more focused over that angle, and Team Spirit couldn't take that opportunity away from them. I mean, that was phenomenal stuff. 77, 11 eliminations. Very happy with that. But Team Spirit still post a very good match with 15 points on the cards. IWNRX as well. Again, finding 12 on this time around.
Yeah, for 12 elims total, or 12 points total for IWNRX. Slowly working their way up the tables, but Brute Force is never far behind on 7 points of their own. But it's 77 to come away with the most points. But Team Spirit, again, still putting up big numbers at 15 points total. And not much to be said about the rest of the page, obviously.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thanks.
Heroic, not doing well this time around, unfortunately. But their defense of second place most likely going to maintain its course as we go into our final match. Shifu, most eliminations for 77. Effect got the highest damage, but unfortunately, not many of them translated into knocks. Certainly not in that final circle.
Yeah, again, I mean, it is good damage though, regardless what happens. Ralph was able to get himself the longest elimination. But yeah, excited for our next game here over on Miramar. There's our top damage dealers, 2. Wow.
Hey, team spirit. They are just going to eke out that damage lead with their 9 eliminations that they got. I really liked, well, they were on 3 players, but even so, I really liked their decision to hold quite a while in that compound down in the bottom of the crater, because, you know, trying to leave it early, you're just going to get shut down. And then the flex out, I think, was at the perfect time, because you had maybe 2 or 3 other circle pops where you could have potentially decided to make that move, but I think they chose the perfect one in order to go down south and take control of those ridge lines.
That's for sure. I think that it was a smart decision, smart timing. It almost did go pear-shaped, but it didn't quite. In the meantime, though, we'll head towards a little break and be back for our final game of week 2. Don't miss out.
% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. we will convert the energy of PUBG mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Are you a team in this lobby, one of our final 16 on the day? Because if you are, you've only got one chance to bid for the tables, to try and add to those league ranking points with a score on this last match that we're playing on this day. It is, of course, Miramar, and it will close out our week, hopefully, with a bang. Let's take a look at the overalls as they sit. Team Spirit now are 23 points away from 300 points on the week. If they can get a chicken dinner here, that's doable. But we'll have to see if they can make that work on this time around, because they have had a little bit of a lackluster showing in these last few matches. However, they still got 15 points last match. They were still getting late into some games, and in general, there's no question as to whether they're going to come first. It's a question of, will they break 300? Heroic defending valiantly on their second place, but it's not fully safe because 77 have had a bit of a tear as well.
Yes, they have. 186 actually managed to clamber their way back up again. So for Heroic, they'd need to have a bad game, and 77 would need to get one more good game here, which is not out of the question for that team at all. It's really not. So I'm excited to see what 77 can get done. This final Miramar of the day would mean sort of a back-to-back or a second with a lot of eliminations for 77, but by all means, that is possible. That is possible.
Definitely is. Zeus on the 16th place right there, and just about defending top 16 places. Guild guaranteed to be last. Footballers Chaos and Falcons both ahead of them now, fairly convincingly, I think it's safe to say. Black Esports with a little bit of a gap between 17th and 18th, and just on the boundary of being able to jump up. Falcons would need another chicken dinner to make that one work. It's interesting that we're seeing even this far down the tables, Blank, teams with chicken dinners. I mean, even Zeus with 2 in 16th place.
Yeah, I know. It is surprising. 2 chicken dinners, yet not really that high on the tables. And here they are on your screen right now, checking out their forearm muscles, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Got to make sure that you're ready, prepped.
Oh, yes, twisted mass.
Whoa. Rob's trying to flex,
felt like
flex
he
the merch.
didn't even want to be there. Felt like he was flexing the merch, but he was also like, don't look at me. Don't look at
That
me.
was a contractual obligation point right there. He was like, I've got to do this, but I'm not happy about it.
But don't look at me. Oh, don't look at me.
No, I'm hideous. Oh no.
He's a monster, just like Monster Energy.
Hey.
Leash the Beast with www.monsterenergy.com/gamming. That's right, gamming. Do you like to gam?
You've said gamming right then.
Do you like to gam, John?
I've been known to gam a
on
bit in my
occasion.
time. on occasion. Occasional gamming.
Hello.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Big old smile there. It doesn't look like this. Oh, okay. I take that back. That's great. That's the best way to cast a curse.
Great.
Right? It doesn't look like they're about to get in the lobby, and then they start looking like they're about to get in the lobby. That's the best way to cast a curse.
Well, you jinxed it now, haven't you?
Oh, it's the double jinx. Guaranteed remake.
All right, don't say that ever again. The Infinix GT20 Pro providing us with no rehosts whatsoever this entirety of the tournament and up to 120 FPS for the teams here at PMSL 2024 EMEA League. Time to earn some LP, boys.
Oh, league ranking points, all important. You take half of those all the way to the finals. Isn't that good? Well, it's not that bad.
It's pretty sick.
He's looking pretty chill. Into the playing path as the guitars blare through the amplifiers. That's the proper length to pronounce that word out, I promise. Playing path from the northeast side, Torre Hamada, down to Minas del Sur. And we will be seeing a nice even cut for our last trip over the desert for week 2. Let's close things down in style.
Out of the plane, into the map of Miramar. Here on our 6th match of the day.
You mean my rammer?
Miramar, my rhymer.
Who's going to drop in
Moraima.
Ladrillera?
And Los Leons. Potentially
Leonese.
even Puerto Paraíso.
Partenar?
Valley del Mars.
Truck stop?
El Pozo.
Ruins?
La Cob. Raria.
Graveyard?
Prison.
Bryson?
Bryson. But yeah, right now, very similar circle. The players submitted to a price on of their own in terms of the same game, but again.
Once more. Into the circle, dear friends. Once more. Falcons dead center. Over around Picardo. No challenge. Any hot drops? Not really. It's not Sandhawk. You don't need to. There's so much of this map available. In general, you're very rarely going to need to hot drop on Miramar. No matter how you pronounce it. Vibes on a wide split here, though. Look at that. They are 2 out all the way to the west. Very close to Heroic. And Nick McGalaxy will touch down fairly late. But they were at the long end of the plane path, so nothing really to worry about there. Circle, they're already inside it. Ain't no thing. They're chilling.
much so. Let's give the day to try and get 300-point arenas for Team Spirit. Would require a 23-point game, though. Yeah, not out of the question. Not out of the question. 13 elims and a chicken dinner?
I believe.
I believe, too.
Who's going to win this game?
I'm going to follow my heart this time. Fireflux.
Ooh, interesting. Interesting that that's where your heart took you as well.
Yeah.
I like that. We'll dive into that one, I'm sure, over the course of this game.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting. I mean, over on the eastern side, they're in 6th place, and I feel like that's snuck up on me.
Zeus. In 60? John?
Yes.
Is that what you say?
No, Fireflux in 6th, I was saying.
I thought you said Zeus in 16.
I don't think I did, but it's possible that happened.
No, I don't think you did either.
Fireflux in 6th, that's what I was saying. I feel like that's snuck up on me. They have sneaked in there.
Yeah, a little bit. Managed to make themselves known to be a 6th place team.
Yeah, I mean,
not horribly.
Today has been fairly successful for them, I think.
Though, to be honest, it's not been that hard to jump up, like a ton of places.
Yeah,
You look at 6th place, 136. Zeus, 16th, 107.
One
What
true.
is that? 30
Wait,
points.
True. Why did I say that? One true?
One love.
Is that blue? Maybe.
I think it's like
I think it is. I
Black
mean, a
Eyed
lot of people
Peas.
said one love, right?
Black Eyed Peas. Maybe also done it.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's where I know it
That's
from.
fair. I mean, Fireflux, they have... I feel like they must have gotten a lot today, because I don't think I've seen them towards the top of the tables at all over the course of everything else. But in general, they just haven't been a major factor into these late circles, but obviously adding a lot of points to their tally as they go along. 77 really has been the big breakout, as continuing their pressure towards the end of week 2. And it is, again, a team that I am considering to be one of the 6 teams qualifying from the tournament spots over towards the finals. I'm fairly certain we're going to see them in the finals. It would be strange not to. They're on 186, and I think they can do more.
Do more, says John.
That's right.
You have failed to rise to John's expectations.
My expectations of them are appropriate for what they've put on display, I think.
Indeed.
Specifically, what Zadira's put on display.
Yeah, Zadira's been out in his shop, putting some amazing stuff in the window, including 15 eliminations, 1500 damage, 13 eliminations, squad wipes, all the rest. You can do some window shopping, and you can see all the various accolades that Zadira has on offer.
It is probably quite an expensive shop, that, because that is valuable player stats
I
coming
hope
on
he's
through
getting
from this
paid.
guy. I hope so too. I mean, I hope all of our players are getting paid. In fact, I can guarantee that every team is getting at least $2,000.
Just mean the players are getting paid though. Question.
That is true. That depends on individually negotiated contracts between them and their organizations.
And I hope all the organizations have done right by their players.
Yeah, because I'm going to check. And if you haven't done it, you're in big trouble.
With me.
I'm going to tell.
Yeah, I'll be telling.
I'm telling.
My mic has a weird thing going on right now.
Oh? As in structurally or audio-wise?
Structurally.
Okay. Are you having to hold it up?
No. They've got a pretty good mic stand. It's just...
Fine then.
No, wire's bothering me.
You're okay.
Thanks, bro.
You'll get through this. I think you'll be fine.
Dude, it's just been a long week.
Yeah,
Intense
that's true.
week. Probably a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Of
Just the
gameplay.
one match left.
I don't know.
It's not even 9 o'clock for us. Goodness me.
Look, I've got strict bedtime at 9:30.
Do you?
Yeah.
Gotta get your beauty sleep.
Well, I just like to have some morning to myself.
That's true. Do you watch the sunrise? Do you sit there sipping your herbal teas,
I have like a little reading spot.
reading your book?
And I open the blinds. I watch the sun come out.
I bet you read like a Court of Thorns and Roses.
No.
No, okay. That's what you do.
No. Currently reading a book called The Strength of the Few.
Interesting.
It's a sample of it, realistically.
I feel like that's kind of an appropriate title to bring to PUBG Mobile as well.
Yeah, well, do you know the first book was The Will of the Many.
The Will of the Many,
which is that's how the game from PUBG Mobile works. It's like the will of the many at the start, and then you get to the final circles, and it's the strength of the few.
That is so appropriate. But this is an inappropriate circle, not safe for work. Down on the south side, this is nasty to all of our teams, mean, vindictive even, as it's going to crunch everyone down towards Chumacera, to Team Spirit's stomping ground.
Shouting.
I might.
You're so angry about this circle.
I will consider it.
And I may not acquiesce.
Might do, though.
Do you like that word?
Acquiesce.
Yeah, and I hate that.
It's the word
from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
I'm
most
so
people
disinclined to acquiesce your request.
Yeah.
Captain Barbosa.
Yeah, if you want to do the good Barbosa accent, you just have to ignore all the T's.
You best start believing in him, Miss Turner. You're in one.
Yeah.
It's a good line.
It's a good line.
Oh no, he says Miss Swan at that point because she's revealed it. Oh no, they still think she's Miss Turner. Don't they? Right up until the
Yeah. Then she drops like the little medallion.
Yeah.
We just do movie recaps now and again on the show. How many movies we spoiled for people?
Yeah.
Sorry,
We're gonna have to start
happened.
figuring out more recent films to spoil because we've been talking a lot about films from ages past, right? Like Harry Potter, like Lord of the Rings,
Yeah.
that sort of stuff. Back catalogue. Nothing really super modern, you know? It's not like we're like, Tony Stark dies, bro.
Bro, what the hell?
That's like years ago now. That is actually quite a long time ago.
Yeah, what if people haven't caught up with that yet? Don't do that.
Then they're going to be aware, you know?
I don't know, bro. That's really not cool. You shouldn't have done that.
I could maybe spoil some of the television shows that are running parallel to the MCU.
No! Stop it!
I'm watching. I'm up to date.
You're out of control right now.
So in Agatha All Along, episode 3.
Stop!
Oh dear.
You've gone crazy.
Yeah, I'm causing problems.
Stop spoiling things. No, not Fireflux. I want these guys to win.
That is your prediction. Power, though, was your other prediction. No way!
Why are my predictions fighting?
Stop that. Children are squabbling between themselves, and everyone is crunching in towards Chumacera, and there's going to be plenty of squabbling now. I think this is going to be go time. Teams are going to send into Chumacera on the south. They're going to fight for any morsel of space they can on the north side of it, and in betwixt it all, caught in the middle of the maelstrom, it will be Team Spirit. And it looks like they managed to take the plateau compound that sits between Chumacera and the main road that stretches down the middle, well, more like the northeast of this circle, leaving a player off the high ground as well, a little bit away from it. I'm liking Team Spirit's position. We're into stage 3. I'll make my prediction in stage 5.
All right.
And I'll allow you to update yours as well.
Thank you. So kind of you.
Yeah, that's right. I'm quite magnanimous like that.
Truly benevolent.
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 Penelope.
You are a benevolent.
Banal.
You're a big elephant, so...
Oh, well, thank you very much. I do try.
Team Spirit, though, in a good spot. 23-pointer game. Maybe... Oh.
Mm-mm.
Come on, bro.
Bro, please, bro.
Bro,
Just one
don't-
game where you're 4 players
Bro,
alive,
don't get knocked, bro, please. Not versus Twisted Minds, bro.
What the Sigma do you think you're doing?
No.
Yep.
If you
I'm
drop
bringing
another skibbity, I will be furious.
I'm dropping my skibbities right in the toilet.
Oh, John! First you like spoiling shows, now you
Ruining your life.
Stop
Ugh.
saying skibbity toilet.
I
you
won't.
Weirdo.
The only way we can make it stop happening is as millennials to use these words, you see. So in fact, I'm doing you a favor.
What, are you trying to uncoolify them?
Yeah, I keep saying what the Sigma. And negative Ohio
Yeah,
Riz.
but then we'll find somewhere else and it will be equally silly.
Yeah, but you just got to keep it up.
This is
That is their problem.
This is like ankle socks all over again.
Yeah, dude. I still wear those. They're great.
They're out of fashion now.
Yeah, I don't care. Didn't ask.
Well, well, well. Look who comes crawling back to the I will do what I want table, huh?
No way. No way. I'll capitulate to all modern trends, please.
Hey, off you go. Find yourself
Please
some
don't
crew
ostracize
socks.
me for a minor difference between you and I. I'm gonna ostracize you in a minute. That's what I'm gonna do.
I don't want to be an ostrich.
No. It's like being an ostrich, but you do exercise.
Damn.
It's like aerobics for ostriches.
I feel like it'd be a fast ostrich. actually.
A rostricize.
How fast of an ostrich do you think you'd be?
Oh, like probably top 3.
Top 3 in the
Top
world.
3.
There's no
Yeah.
way, dude.
Dude, have you seen my legs? I'm lanky.
Yeah, but that doesn't make you a fast ostrich.
Yes, it does.
Are you saying that I'd be a fat ostrich?
No, what? This has nothing to do with you. You could be top 5.
I'm like a oak tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not out of shape, but I am quite
Growing weirdly.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Gnarled.
Gnarled like an ostrich.
That is what they say. Gnarly ostriches.
You seen their eggs?
Big,
Massive.
bro. So big.
They're huge.
It's kind of unnecessary. It's kind of showing off, actually.
Yeah, it is actually. I've heard it's a delicacy in some places.
Yeah, in my belly.
But I feel like the bigger the egg, the weirder it is to eat it.
Apparently
That's so
apparently
weird.
they're very, very rich. Like there's a very large yolk
Oh really?
in the eggs, which means that like just frying it probably not the best idea. But scrambled ostrich eggs,
Oh my god. You don't need one egg. Why aren't we doing this?
they're incredibly rich. It's like duck eggs, but like more.
Oh my god. Yeah, I've only ever had a regular chicken egg in my entire life.
Have you?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
Have you had have you had
Sounds so
caviar?
judgy.
Have you ever had caviar or roe?
No.
Okay, and you have not had other eggs. Heroic, got to roll on up and try and birth a play, but Kevin, unfortunately,
Oh my
not going
God.
to be able to do so. Yeah, I don't know. We're going with eggs. We're going
Yeah, that
with
was weird, but I'll allow you
babies,
to have it.
things like that. Jafar gets across, but oh dear.
Jafar, hatching a plan. He's inside.
Oh, that's it. That's better than mine. Koa drops down. He's going to take him for a scramble with the nade.
Nice.
Flipping out the pan.
Nice.
Oh, knob of butter in.
Nice.
Gets cooked. Perfect fry.
Damn, first pro. They really poached those players.
Poach the eliminations. Absolutely. Al-Haji.
Well done. Power, very good.
Trying to think of other ways.
Easy over.
Oh, hang on a minute. Power, take 2 knocks, but you have to break a few eggs to make an omelette.
Yeah, true. That's unreal. What's it called? Like the thing that the Japanese do with the egg? Like half make an omelette and then they like cut it down the middle and then it's all uncooked.
Oh, I don't know. It's it's like just uncooked eggs.
You've uncooked them eggs, haven't you?
Yo, can you cook the rest of the eggs, please? Excuse me. You got a blowtorch? I'll just cook them here.
That if I had any kind of magic, it would be to uncook food. That would be the most annoying
Why?
thing to deal with.
Just like, oh man, like you come home, long day at work, like you just, you're tired, you're like, oh, just got to bang some fish fingers in the oven.
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
I'm
And then
out,
you
I'm
take
out
him
the
out,
window.
there's blank, and he's giggling, and you're like, what are you doing? And he's like,
I've
and
uncooked
then you
your
sit
food.
down with your plate, you've got your cup of tea, you know, you're all settled in, and then blank's just like, boing, and then you're like, wait a minute. My
Your fish fingers are frozen.
uncooked. They're
Yeah.
cold.
They're frozen.
They're frosty on the plate.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a nightmare. And blank's just skedaddling off there.
Yeah, imagine you
Just
just
like-
see I'm just in the windows
Like an
of diners.
impish-
Yeah.
Like an impish terror.
Yeah, that's what I'd be. I'd be like a food imp.
A food imp.
Yeah.
Certainly not a food imp rover.
That's right.
Fireflux doing pretty well. They're central
No,
right now,
they're
even though
doing-
they've got
don't
2 players.
say that they're doing badly.
They're doing so good and amazing. They're going to win.
They only have 2 players right now. Power's about to crash them now that you said that. Why would you do this?
Well, so it would seem.
Football is chaos coming in from the east. And one of the players flushed at least. It's all of the similar names we're seeing in a lot of these endgames at the moment.
Yeah,
By
it's
the way,
interesting,
77
especially
died. So did Heroic though.
bad news, but good news. Certainly
Yeah.
some news.
I mean, that's 2nd and 3rd place locked. We missed that because I think we're talking about uncooking food.
Your
fair enough.
impish tendencies. Koa, spray down over the bonnet. I don't think that's quite impish. That's more demonic. Taking down Frozen like that. Goodness me. Turning him into a fish finger. Back to the freezer with you. Open the drawer. Slide him in. Nades getting slid to the back lines of IWNRX as well by Koa. Head chef on Virtus Pro right now. Point man for the hold. He's cooking up something awful. However, Virtus Pro finding the back lines in turn of Virtus Pro because Icy is down on the roll-up. Nade over the top, not going to connect the backlines. Malloy low. Another knock over towards Bishgate, and in comes Team Spirit to try and put the crunch on this fight, but Koa's not going down without one. We'll be able to get a little bit of healing in. Does get knocked, and there's Mastic to open the cannons, and Team Spirit crack the can of whoop-ass.
Damn. How'd they do? That is
Bang.
actually a lovely nade.
It's pretty.
He literally pulled back the top of the can. But in this case, it was a pin out of the nade. Bit
Big can-do
tenuous.
attitude.
Bit tenuous, but you know, it works.
Yeah, okay. I'll allow it.
Thanks.
It's okay.
Really appreciate that.
I've got your back, dude. Whoa, Swain! 1, 2 over the top. And there's a turn back with a third. Nomi able to get another point. 6 eliminations for Team Spirit. Remember, if they want to break that 300-point barrier, it's got to get up to 23 points this match. But there's the shots. Finally, a knock scene for Team Twisted Minds. Nomi down behind the buggy. Kitsune decides not to take shots. Finally steps up with the spray down. Going to suppress the ridgeline, but feels like they're completely unfazed by it. Effect, low HP. The nade's not quite finding it. Another smoke to Bloom. That one, again, just off target. Effect is still low, though. Any nade that tags damage will do something, but Kitsune just can't find it.
Yeah, I mean, for Twisted Minds, they've made such a raucous amount of noise that they've got players coming in from the side here. It's Nigma Galaxy trying to challenge off there. I mean, for Team Spirit, they really just need to back it up. They just need to back it up a little bit. I think they forgot that they were playing in open territory for a second there. And they were delayed by the fact that they found a dangerous little member of IWNRX out in the open. Interesting circle, though. Fireflux and Power both basically doing nothing. They've resigned themselves to that they'll be in this location on the east side for a long while.
A big divide in this lobby right now based on that ridgeline, that higher ground, the compound fight out to the west. As Team Spirit try and claim their home territory of Chumacera on the north flank. They're up to 8 eliminations, so they've let plenty of teams know about it. Twisted Minds in the crunch, but they find a knock over towards Nigma Galaxy, an opening to flee out the back. They've already taken one down, and they have got the flush there as well. However, there's still 2 more players to worry about, and you cannot really freely take this fight over towards Team Spirit without dealing with Nigma Galaxy first.
Yeah, again, for Twisted Minds, they revealed their location as well, so honestly placing their hands down on the table, the cards faced up before Team Spirit even made a bet here.
Lord, nade over, does take damage. They know Robs should be behind this vehicle. I think they've spotted it, but he's biding his time. Unfortunately, does not have a nade, otherwise it would have been at Nomi's feet very, very quickly there. Breaks forwards. He hears these steps back and immediately takes control of this high ground. Wants to peek up, go for the spray effect. Ready to receive Nomi in the off angle, leaving one all the way at the back as well. You've still got Kitsune up on the high ground, but with the UMP sprays, he's not been able to connect so far. Just about dodges the knock for effect, and a nade to be cooked in the answer for Nomi. There it goes, right to the back. Robs is low, and it's again the back off on the front for this fight as Nomi swings around with the DBS, causing panic, but not much else.
Keeps going down. Enigma Galaxy. This Team Spirit certainly are making a bit of a cacophony over towards this eastern side of the 8 eliminations. Remember, 13 elims and a chicken dinner. 300 points seen for themselves. Falcons getting held out by the guys on Zeus, and not likely to make it too much further into this game, I would not imagine, John.
Ali, really the last to stand here for Falcons. Aaron with a nade, getting cooked on up, trying to get the res on the front, but that nade looks pretty good. The dribble over the top does tag damage, but not quite far enough. Another to follow it up. Surely one of these connects. That looks good. Bang! Falcons out. Zeus stay alive with 4 playing along the roadside. They actually have a decent shot at this one as we hop back over to the southwest engagement. Twisted Minds still caught in a pincer, and finally Kitsune, he's found a sniper. It's the K9 barking loud over the dreams of Miramar, and Matic rolls in to convert.
Pretty funny, actually. He's just like, well, it's not working with the M4. I will use the sniper rifle instead, and gets a lovely shot. And Team Spirit will head up to 10 eliminations now as they clean up the rest of Twisted Minds that Enigma Galaxy were unable to find here. But it is Zeus heading down towards the south side, poking their heads in as you head towards stage 7, I believe.
What Team Spirit are going to want to do is clear out this western side as best they can, then transition downhill to the position just to the north. You can see that path that tracks from the road down towards the southwest. There is a mound that sits in the crook of it, and playing around that is probably the next transition point. You can see Nomi scouting out that way, but they still have Enigma Galaxy to worry about. If they can force Zeus to play along the road against Footballers Chaos, they'll have a better time of it. This compound has been occupied by 3 teams for a long, long time, but Fireflux starting to wane. So are Black Esports. They're only on 1, but Lewis still fighting strong with the DBS. Power, however, want to change that.
I mean, it doesn't feel like they do. They're not doing all that much. Finally sending nades in. They've been so quiet, and they have to move as well into open ground and across the road, which is awkward. But luckily, if they can get over towards underneath the ridge that sits just towards the north side of the circle here, potentially they can be safe for a little bit longer. Maybe work their way in. Luckily, they have vehicles to play around with, which is the most important part here, John.
Power transitioning, getting away from this compound. They know it's not in. They don't need to fight for it super heavily. Nomi, however, has already transitioned, and this is that mound I was talking about. Their transition over here, all important. Layers damage towards the backlines, but doesn't quite get the knock, and has to fold away. He knows that the rest of Power are moving forwards onto him. The rest of Team Spirit tried to find some openings, and they're more inclined, oh, beg your pardon, goodness me, more inclined to deal with the high ground and go back towards Enigma Galaxy's outpost. They want to take the high ground option to take cover to Nomi. Okay, that's what they're looking for. The sightlines over to Power.
Team Spirit, you'll know me, like you said earlier, holding this angle. Power is getting dangerously close, and luckily the rest of Team Spirit decide that it's time to come on in and provide some support as they did cross. Ooh. And a great nade from Al-Haji finds effect. Immediately he pulls the pin on another, and life just got a whole lot harder. Luckily,
Redox.
There is Footballers Chaos taking shots that way.
Redox is trying to chime in with a third-party position. Al-Haji keeps the pressure, rolling back towards Team Spirit. Spots Kitsune on a long cross here, but can't connect the full spray. Goes low but not down, can heal before he drops, and the rest of Team Spirit are back up. Matic pushing forwards. He needs to secure this res, needs to keep them at bay, but he doesn't have any utility to do it. It's just raw brawn that he's going to have to work with here. Redox is still a thorn in their side as Kitsune hasn't dealt with it yet. He is back up to HP as his effect, and in comes the sweep. Team Spirit know that they need to claim this side of the map in order to have strength to catapult forwards. Al-Haji ready to receive, but it's not going to be enough. Team Spirit descends, and Satan cannot withstand it. Easy's the last to go in. Kitsune's down on the backline, will get flushed, and that's still Redox, but Power are swept aside. Redox now with a down shot. Zeus gonna drop to the roadside as Footballers Chaos lose one, look to lose a second, maybe even the third, as they're taking all the way down. Zeus descend with one and leave the 3 up top.
It's a heavily dangerous careen downwards. I mean, full reset for Rita. Look at that level 3 helmet and vest. He is going to be very difficult to get rid of. Yeah, Kitsune gone isn't ideal. Losing your backstop there means that Team Spirit is now in a bit of a difficult scenario. No Meat looks to get away, but they at least have information on where the rest of Zeus is currently. But yeah, Redox is the biggest problem. Every single plan Team Spirit has going forward.
Kind of relied on him, on Kitsune being able to deal with Redox, but that just didn't happen. They didn't have many more options. I mean, going for that 3-man push was definitely the right call towards power. Al-Hadji was not ready for it. They'd expended a lot of nades in the compound. Zeus traveling in, actually kind of stacking up. It's just very fortunate for them that Team Spirit don't really have too many nades, but their backline gets spotted, and you can't cross like that in front of Matic. He's just going to take you down. Nomi actually getting the flush there as Rita rolls forwards, tries to go for the fight aggressively. For Zeus, they could just hold the middle here. The zone's going to close onto them, but they're now down to 2. The nade up high. Eren needs to get value from it. Will it connect? Goes long. Effect gets a little tickle of damage from it, but Nomi now putting pressure on them. The P90, their last bastion of defense, and Redox is creeping around all the while in their back. Nomi forwards, drops low beneath this Molotov. Zeus are trying to sequester themselves in a little bit of safety. They can't breach up. Effect will take them down. As the nade cooks. One more in the back pocket as well. Does not connect with the first.
Surprisingly, Zeus is not able to weather the tide that comes from atop the ridge here from Team Spirit. Redox, though, happy to let that current pass him by. He pretends to be the 5th member of Team Spirit.
Really nasty stuff. Effect needs high value nade here. 2 players moving forwards. Nomi takes a lot of damage, but Maniac goes down to follow it up. That's over towards Eren. Where is Redox? What can he do? Matic goes low, swings through. They got a 17th elimination to their tally. This is their 300-point match blank. They want it badly. They need 23 points. And they've got 17 of them in the bag. They're on 6 placements right now. And I think that might just do it. They are up to 23. The 300 point is earned. Redox can only take glory from them, but in a 1 versus 3. In a thorn in their side, gets the first. Matic charging across open ground, knows he's got the cover for just a moment longer. The circle closing to the middle, and Redox has the hill. Matic, Effect, breaking wide, DBS, close range. Spray, good for 1, turns for the second, but it's capitalized on by Effect. He turns it around, and they close down the week. As they started it, Team Spirit finding their final chicken dinner here, and they are miraculous. 300 points. And that is how you turn it around. Week 1 disastrous. Tap on the phone. Tap it in. It is magnificence for Team Spirit breaking into the 300-point mark.
It is fantastic from Team Spirit overall. Honestly, a really, really strong performance from them from start to finish of the week. Again, that last couple of moments there in the match looked a little bit shaky versus Redox, but every single knock that goes through there has somewhat of a purpose. I mean, Nomi goes down, sure, but he breaks wide, gets information on the target. They can rush him instantaneously. Effect sends over towards the other side. He gets taken out, but it's also open up over towards the 3rd angle. So no matter what happened there, they did have a tight lid on that game over towards Redox. Not to say Redox didn't play marvelously in those final moments to get towards the 2nd place. I mean, that was very much out of the question earlier on, but still able to make it happen. But it's been a great week of PUBG Mobile, and it's nice to see Team Spirit cap off these games. And that almost certainly will place them in an insane position on the PMGC points leaderboard, not to mention getting themselves 20 league ranking points to go through for themselves into the finals, though I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely confirmed some qualification spots somewhere, right? Down the train of things. It has been really quite impressive stuff coming through from Team Spirit. They get 28 points on this match to close things down. And what less do you expect from them, right? I mean, that was Chumacera Circle. They break out to the north and they claim their territory nice and effectively, even swapping out the snipers, hot swapping the weapons as they went. Really, really great stuff. coming through. I mean, what's so impressive is when you consider that you're looking at the moment, the tallies of about 1,000 over on the PMGC points. In 1 week, they've gotten basically a third of that total, right? Just added in, which is really, really crazy. 305 is where they sit on 24 matches. That is a blistering number of points to be able to earn over the course of these last 5 days. They've played 3 of them, and it has been 4 of them, and it has been incredible. 12.7 points average, which is nuts. That is pretty much unseen at this level of gameplay. Heroic, though, again, with a really strong week on 202, but it's just so overshadowed.
Yeah, I mean, 13-point average. Usually 12 points is where most people say, right, that's the champion team right there over towards PMGC. I don't think we've had the pleasure of having to talk about a 13-point average rounded up for a team before, but it's certainly nice, and that's over 5 days. I think that's the most important thing to take away here, guys, at home. Over 5 days, it's a 13-point average. Very, very difficult to do. It's actually much easier in a finals to get a 13-point average because there's less variance in terms of the amount of games you have to play. You could have 2 crazy days in a finals and come away with a high average, but just to do it over such a long amount of time, 24 matches, I don't really think we've seen anything like that in PUBG Mobile Esports in quite some time. Again, just a flip-flop from being completely unnoticeable in week 1 to being so bright that you have to cover your eyes when you look at them to week 2 is rather silly.
It has been tremendous from Team Spirit, and we're very, very happy to welcome them back, right? I mean, it's definitely, they just weren't here in week 1, so phenomenal stuff to re-enter the building. Happy. Week 3,
hello
though.
Again.
Yes, hello once more. That's the sort of team that we saw back in Europe, and this is what we're expecting, hopefully, for week 3 from Team Spirit. Let's take a look at the week 1 and week 2 totals. When you look at the overall rankings, they have surpassed Na'Vi, despite having a frankly quite crap week 1. They have just put up a bonanza in week 2. And Na'Vi didn't have a terrible week 2 either. So that is really quite impressive. 77 being in 3rd. I like it. I'm digging it.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Fireflux down towards 4th place, not bad. Heroic in 5th. I think that everyone on this first page sort of deserves to be where they currently are, I would say. I actually really like our first page of combatants. Each one has their own individual flair as well, which is nice. It's not something you often see from teams at the top. You sometimes get a little bit of a boring display in terms of squads.
That is good. Let's take a look at the second page here. Brute Force in the middle of the pack, looking to try and just maintain their lead in the MEA qualification spot as well on the PMGC totals there for their region. And that should be enough to do so. They are fairly secure in their spot at the top of the MEA tables. The next highest chasing team is Enigma Galaxy, and you can see they are a little bit lower down on those tables, coming through with 257. So a little bit of a 50-point lead, and already a lead from the previous season, given that Brute Force are our defending champions.
Yeah, surprising stuff. Football is Chaos, Guild Vibes, Black Esports and Team Falcons. I think these are the teams that have the most to improve on. But overall, it's not too bad for them either. What a week, though, so far it has been for all of our squads here at the PMSL EMEA. I can only be excited to see more into week 3 as we do conclude that league stage, figure out where everyone's going to be sat going in with a buffer to the finals that will be happening in October. Yeah, it has been awesome. Been awesome so far, John.
Yeah, I've been really digging the week 2, as I said earlier. I'm like, I'm bringing it back. You know, we're saying digging about things again. You know,
I dig it.
I dig it.
Can you dig it?
Yes, you can. As we're going to take a look at one hell of a player. It's our MVP today. I don't quite know who it is.
Zadira.
You think it's Zadira?
Zadira.
Okay, not even after that last match.
Manifesting it. Zadira.
Manifested. Yeah. Let's
Manifested.
Go. Over 3,000 damage. Well, hey, 13 eliminations. That's pretty poggers. Big old 19 minutes, 47 seconds on the survival time. For 77, I mean, he is a beacon for them right now, and there's a reason that they are in third place on the tables. Quite frankly, it's his performance, right? And obviously that is going to be curated, there we go, that's what I'm looking for, by the rest of the roster. As we always say about teams that have this standout player, it is always built on the foundations and the shoulders of those teammates that stand so solid with him. But in the end, he's the one pulling from the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Like a husky in the winter. He's dragging his team onwards. But yeah, he's done fantastically well. I've been very, very happy to see Zadira. And this is Zadira and Kevin, Kevin came second in the MVP rankings. He actually did fantastic today. I think there were some moments where he really stepped up, which is amusing because it has been Jafar, as maybe Walsh as well, who've really stepped up. It's nice to see now Kevin following suit.
Yeah, increasing from absolute zero all the way up to second place as well for Heroic, which is great to see, as we're going to come back to our lovely mugs to discuss the week a little bit further. The thing that I am worried about, blank, and this is a big worry, is that Team Spirit, when they've done very, very well in league stages, they get to these finals and then all of a sudden, it's time to forget how to play again.
Yeah. That's a reasonable worry, I would say.
Luckily, with the confirmation on the points qualification spot for that Team Spirit will most likely be able to get, as Blank maintains his focus on the camera, it will be interesting to see what they're able to do as we take a look at our league ranking points here. This is organized by week 2 score, so don't worry. Those columns on the right are going to be pretty difficult to get away with. But look at Na'Vi still on 36. They got 16 league ranking points and 77 on 33. Team Spirit being on 23 is kind of wild, given that they are so far ahead on the overalls.
Yeah, it's still 12 points, though. They're literally 4 points behind Na'Vi in terms of the league ranking points. You don't get a lot.
No, you don't. 29 points for Twisted Minds. That's a little sneaky entry.
Did not like that. It's 15 points right there.
Ooh. Right where? Can't even see it.
It's gone.
Oh.
For Vibes, though, 4 points.
It's.
I'm just reading off what they've got.
What? Vibes have 7 points.
They have 4 points buffer going into finals. 3.5 rounded up.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Guild with 1 point.
1 point.
1 point for Guild.
1 point.
Un point.
Un point. Un point. Better than nil point.
Yeah. Classic
Which
result
I
for the
think
UK.
is impossible to get.
Do you think? Yes.
Yeah, because even if they only got one, they've actually been 20 of 2 weeks running. That's
bad.
Bad.
That's not good.
good.
It's
bad,
pretty awful.
not good.
Quite frankly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a good time for these guys. Let's take a look at the PMGC points tables. And remember, there's a little bit of complexity here. Team Spirit, over 1,000 PMGC points right now. But if they qualify from the Europe points first, then the spot will transition down 1 spot for the PMGC points qualifier. There's 1 spot for this table, but there are 3 other parallel tables that are running. Team Spirit currently sat atop the Europe one. Brute Force, who would receive the points table from PMGC points here, already have the MEA spot on lock right now. IWNRX, who would then set to inherit, actually, they've already got the Turkey spot on lock right now, which would mean that it would go all the way down to Virtus Pro for the PMGC points table. So 4 teams on this table going to be locked in for PMGC to the group stages, right? And then after we've gotten rid of those 4 teams, sent them off to PMGC, it's the top 6 teams, excluding those teams, in the finals that get the spot, which is what we're talking about when we say there's loads of teams from this region coming through. Not only that, but Guild get the host country invite.
Yeah, it's wild. It's absolutely wild.
Best team on the host country.
Best team ever.
In the host country. God, that's
actually crazy.
Yeah.
I love it.
We need to up our PUBG mobile game in the UK. That's what that says.
We do. We absolutely do.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate.
Very sad.
However, sometimes that's the way it be. That's just the way it be sometimes.
People don't think it be like it is, but it do.
But it do.
So true.
Not much more to say about this PMGC points, unfortunately.
No,
because-
I don't think it's possible that anyone down at this section will qualify through PMGC points, right?
No, I think it's over. It's over.
It's Jova for them.
No, it's just over.
It's Jova.
It's just over.
It's fully Jova for them at this point.
Stop jovering it.
I don't know. Can we? Is it possible, Mikhail, to bring back the league bonus points graphic? Just
no,
quickly.
you mean league ranking points.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. The league ranking points.
LRP.
Graphic, the LRPs. Because I wanted to check what it currently is in 16th place. I don't know if that's possible. I'll have to go away and check it if it's not.
Maybe check it later.
It may be fully impossible for Guild to actually qualify. If they can't get up to 16th place on the league ranking points, that is our cutoff, right, for qualifying for the finals. Which would
what
mean
you should do
that if it's at 22
points
points right now, it's actually mathematically impossible for them to qualify because they can only get 20 next week.
Yeah, you should take this information.
Okay.
Look at it over the next 2 days whilst we're off.
Okay.
And
The whole time.
And then come back with that information.
We're not getting.
Maybe you can even send it to the socials.
Yeah.
Maybe you can take a look at the socials at PUBG Mobile Europe Official.
Hit up the socials.
Instagram, YouTube,
I chop.
and TikTok.
I don't think I do. I'm pretty sure I've never chopped in my life at this point.
Probably not.
Anything's possible, though. Anything's possible.
Yeah. Find us over on social medias, please. Locate us. We're lost. We need your help. Navigate your way to us.
That's right.
Help us. That's not an actual plea for help. I promise.
No,
just
we're okay.
Have a look at our socials.
Floop is a madman. Help us, save us. We're gonna be.
That's true.
We're going to be closing out the show.
Good night.
I think it's about that time, isn't it? We've gone completely and utterly bonkers here, as did Team Spirit, breaking 300 points in the week. They have been absolutely insane, and I'm hoping that they can carry that through to week 3 because we know that they do have ups and downs. It is a roller coaster being a Team Spirit fan, so hopefully they'll be riding high for weeks to come, and we'll see if they can do just that. My name has been John Allen. With me has been Blank. We have been trying to hold a grasp of reality over the last 2 weeks now. We've still got a third to try and cling to it by our fingernails. Well, we'll see if we can do that. We'll see if we can get that achievement under the belt next week as we tune in, come back on Wednesday for more PUBG Mobile.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need goes back to 90 points. 1 minute turn.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.